Ugh. What is going on, everyone, and welcome to tonight's weekly, mostly weekly, D&D&Chill stream. As always, I'm your friendly neighborhood dungeon master, Lucas, and tonight, I don't have a lot planned, but I got some things that I want to talk about. So yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? Lucas in disguise. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, me and my fucked up eyes right now. Whew. For those that didn't know, I wear contacts pretty much all the time, and my eyes were kind of fucked up the other day, so ended up excuse me, ended up going going with the glasses for a bit, just to make my life a little bit more manageable. Yeah, so interesting. I actually didn't know that would do that. All right, yeah, let me go ahead and bring up what I've been working on. Let's see, I don't have my windows set up right yet. So this one, hey, there we go. And we're gonna set up this one to be that one. Normally I have like all my windows set up beforehand, but just don't have them at the moment. Yeah, so I mentioned this otherwise, aside from the eyes, how I'm good. I'm tired. I'm tired of shit. My my Mondays and Thursdays, the days that I do streams at around 9:30, have become closing shifts for me. So I've pretty much been like closing Monday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, which are, Monday and Thursday are the days that I stream. So I don't know why it's like that, why it's been like that, because I should be opening on Mondays as per the rotation that I made. But, 'tis life, I guess. Thursdays is kind of fucked, because it is pretty much I'm either closing or I'm off. But yeah, Mondays, I don't know why things worked out that way. I don't do the schedule. I made a rotation that the manager mostly schedules by, but it's more of a guide. It's kind of like a a pre-written module, where you take this and you just kind of work it to your needs, pretty much. Yeah, but I hadn't even had a chance to really eat dinner tonight, so I got some sandwiches and I also got some cherry slices. So but yeah, so figure we'll talk a bit about this new subclass that I made, talk about one that I'm working on at the moment. So yeah, let me just pull something up on my side. Oh yeah, sorry, I also wanted to do something. I need to make sure that my you know what, actually no, I am gonna do it right now. Boom. You know what, hold on. Page break. To those of you that are watching, if you don't know, I'm using a website called GM Binder, which is where you can make more official looking D&D content. This is actually where I've been making mine. Some of the stuff that I've made, such as the archetypal ascendants, the Jimbro Warlock. I made some other things as well. Kind of all the things that I've showcased on here. The Thaco Bell Warlock, Primal Requisition, which I haven't even talked about. That's still a work in progress. But yeah, this is the website that I use to make my content look good. But I want to make sure that I obviously have a very specific colorway of reds and blacks, except I'm wearing a blue shirt right now, but reds, blacks, and whites, but it's very specific colors. And the fact that when I do a second heading it's blue, I have an issue with that. And that's this one right here, heading 2. I need to change that. I want that to be red. So, but again, it's a very specific color red. It's actually hex CC0000. So this is the very specific color of red that I utilize. Now the downside is that technically speaking, Kelf's Corner over here is not CC 49. It is FF. It is the purest red that you can get, and that is actually for a very specific reason, and that is because I wanted this red to stand out more. But the whites that I use are also not pure whites. As you can see right here, it's pure white would be all Fs. If you don't know hex code, it's 1 to Z, or it's yeah, it's 0. 0 is all black, and then it's 1 1 1 1 1 1, and then 2 2 2 2 2 2, and it gets brighter all the way up until you get to 99999, and then it goes to A. So the particular one that I use is CC, and it's kind of like a muted white in my feel, and I love it against this background that I have. But I have that for the body text, and for the for everything else. So I just want to change it so that all of my headings are correct, and I'll change them I'll change them otherwise if I have to. But I want to save this as almost like a style guide for my own works. So when working in on GM Binder, it's Markdown. It's CSS Markdown style. So 1 pound hashtag is the first header, and then this is the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and then the sixth, which is underlined. And I need to change that. Do I prefer it to be white? Probably. I think it might be specific to the case, but for right now. And then after that, it's just text. But considering all of my headers... Oh, you know what, actually? Look at that. Look at that. We will make this... let me just see. So it lines up with that one. Because the way that this works is, let's get rid of Hello World down here, and let's get rid of this page break. If you are formatting stuff, so for example, you know, just having a word is gonna put, you know, just the words, but putting that £1, that's gonna create a header. That's gonna pull from this font style down here. So, you know, header 1, header 2, header 3, and header 1. This is the color, this is the font size, it's always uppercase, or sorry, this is the font weight, this is the thickness to it. Font size, and then the bottom margin, how much space is there between this and the letters. And then this particular bit of information here makes the first letter of the second, of the next part after the header, this capital B. So it's so teeny, that script section. What's so, oh, this? Oh, I mean, you can make it bigger as you need it. You can also, because I normally keep it 150%, so like, I mean, I got shitty eyes, so, but you can also go in here and change the font in there to fit your needs. So yeah, I normally keep this around 10 and then just zoom in because I want to be able to see this a little bit closer. Actually, maybe 9. Yeah, that's there we go. That's where I was used to. But yeah, so oh yeah, that's right, there's also a button. This if you have if you do stuff on home brewery, it this allows you to import it. But the nice thing about GM binders, if you are interested in actually making your own content, you can click this little magic wand up here and it does some real magic for you, where you get this. So if you're making a class or a class feature, if you need to put a column break, I don't know, I find it weird. I mean, I guess it's because I've been doing it for a bit, but I feel like clicking that and going to column break, you're just as easy to type in column break and it'll do the same thing. Oh God, why did that all adjust? Oh. Hey, Enforcer, how you doing, man? What's up, Nacho Dad? Hey, thanks for stopping by and saying hey. I appreciate it. Just got back from our ghost tour. Our hotel is next to the Homestead Orphanage and the... Oh God. Wait, you mean Ghost is in like the band Ghost? Wait, was that the one with a monomarth? Jared, I swear to God, if you tell me you went to see Ghost with a monomarth, I think we talked about this. I think that's what it was, isn't it? You went and saw a monomarth, didn't you? Well, more than welcome to hang out here in Forster and take it easy. Jared, you think that burned hand is bad? You wait until we wait until I see you. I remember I wanted to go see that back in February. What a lovely B-Day present and algebra test. Well, hey, happy birthday, Enforcer. Sounds like it. Sounds like a great one. So anyway, oh my God, the ghost tour, the orphanage was fun. You learned a new power for me, obviously. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for that. let's pull the style doc. Good. Also thinking up a character for a West Marches kind of game. Woof. Best of luck. Tomorrow is a tour of the battlefield. After breakfast, then another ghost tour. Well, have fun, buddy. Yeah, enjoy it. What kind of character are you thinking there, Enforcer? Jared. Oh my god. What's up, Death, Dice, and Dungeons? Sweet. You want to talk about D&D? Let's talk about D&D. Sounds a couple months, but all I have so far is class and race. Not sure on the versatility. Oh, the personality, I think, is what you were typing. Thinking of a soul knife Dampier. My spelling is off. A Dampier soul knife. That would be interesting. I can see that being a sick class. Is there a focused topic, or we just word vomit? What, you talk about whatever, man. No, we're just kind of hanging out. That's what these Monday nights are, is just chatting, talking about some different things that we're working on. Dude, me too, buddy. Me too. I'm right there with you. I run 3 games, so I know your pain, my friend. Yeah, right now I'm run the same dungeon crawl for 19 years. Oh. Whew. Man, I could not even imagine that. Okay, if you've been running it for 19 years, are you is that something that you're playing every week? Is that like every week, every other week, or like, you know, every couple months? Where's my... Every other week. Every other week for 19 years. Yeah, I mean, 218 player deaths. Yeah, that's understandable. So just so the bodies aren't recovered, they can be discovered. That's awesome. 218 PC deaths. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where, you know, it's such a different style of game than what I'm used to. Like, For one, I'm not great at dungeon crawls, but you know, like just the concept of that many player deaths is astounding. But 19 years, it's a long time. Damn. Well, what would it be? 19 times 52. Every other week. So what? Yeah, will that be 218 divided by 26? Well, no, it would be 26 times 19. Yeah, 800 or 200. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's about it. That's about a death a month. Satyr Druid for Cyclo Stars, cause of death, turn to stone, then smashed to pieces. Location level 1, under mountain. 2nd edition map. H session, season 4, episode 6. Rise of the Guild's death count. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, what did you say about the Dampier? It's not till a couple months. Soul Knife Dampier. Not sure what kind of Dampier would feed on the traditional red stuff. It's okay, but seems bland. I mean, the thing is that Enforcer, going with a Soul Knife Rogue, Soul Knives are more about psionics, so I wouldn't even necessarily be, overly concerned about the blood aspect if you don't want to be. I mean, you're still getting the ancestral legacy, so you can get basically anything you want from another race. The dark vision is great. The ability to not breathe is great. Spider climb is great, and the vampiric bite. Dampier is actually the one class, or is the one race that you can play an entire constitution-based build, because your vampiric bite is based off of your constitution. So you can kind of do whatever however you want to play this up. But Soul Knife is more about psionics. So you have psychic blades that you throw, and you can communicate telepathically. You can eventually teleport with them. So yeah, homing strikes, psychic teleportation. Not that detailed for DM things. Was thinking spinal fluid was an option the book gives. I mean, like I said, you can really play into it to whatever degree, to whatever degree you want. It has to be season 1, episode 2. Guy was fairly new, found a staff of fire, but thought staff was just a name for a walking stick. Used it to trigger a trap, nuked 3 players, and he was the only one to survive and not insta-nuke. Survived all death saves and woke up looking like Deadpool. Oh god. Ooh, that's rough. Newest Rose, my second rogue. Yeah, I like Rogue. Rogue's one of those like classic ones from the very beginning of 5e that really has not changed a whole lot. There's not a lot of like Tasha's additions. I mean, steady aim was pretty much it. So yeah, Rogue's just one of those like good classic classes if you want to be able to move quickly, you know, zip around the battlefield, get in and out of combat without taking too many hits. Swashbucklers are basically fight me bro incarnate. So the whole design of swashbucklers is it's all about charisma mixed in with your dexterity. So you can hit somebody and then like move away from them without them being able to hit you. You also are able to get your sneak damage if you're the only one fighting a creature. Later on, you're able to charm people and get you know, get some additions in with your persuasion checks. So being able to charm somebody, and you can kind of play it up however you want, but it's all about like using that like roguish charm basically. So like so I would say this, imagine more of like I always think of it more of like a pirate who's on like almost like Peter Pan, and how he kind of like zips around and like fights with his dagger. You know, it is real like light on his feet, constantly moving, always making fun of the enemy, like distracting them just by themselves. That's one way that you could play it. Another way is to kind of like play up the charisma with it and make it more of like a dance with your enemy that you're fighting, of like, you know, twists and turns and constantly on the move. I mean, if he only just started, I actually just thought of this, he only just started, but if you happen to watch my Sunday streams with the Rime of the Frostmaiden game, a friend of mine named Glenn just joined that game, and he is playing a warding dwarf swashbuckler rogue named Slagru. How would a soul knife work? By looking at it, sounds like a great infiltrator. So soul knife is very good if you want to if you kind of want to like stay out of line of sight and like stay out of the way of things. It's super simple to, you know, be in there and communicating with your team through your psychic whispers, and then whenever you manifest your blades, you can throw them and they vanish immediately. So you're kind of the psychic blades ability allows you to really like get in and just kind of stay unseen. So it is good for infiltration. The teleportation ability is great. It's you know, very easy to get in and out of places. It's also a number of feet equal to 10 times the number you roll. So you roll this, I think you roll the D6 up here. Yeah, psionic energy die. Yeah, here it is, a D8. So, you know, right there, I could, you know, teleport 20 feet and, you know, be able to zip around. Beyond that, you can later become invisible. So that's pretty standard once you start getting up there. I mean, you're already kind of becoming invisible later on. I want to say with, or no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the rogue or the ranger. Yeah. Psychic veil, you can become invisible, and then later on, you can stun creatures whenever you hit them. Mastermind is a lot of fun as well. Yeah, having a little bit more, you know, a little bit more control over the battlefield. You know, your ability to more manage stuff, and keep everybody kind of, you know, on tactics. My idea was if I'm the Dampier, then combo. and combo that with the soul knife, and I could go to, I mean, well, I mean, with the Dampier, technically speaking, if you want the Dampier, you know, you could go anywhere by just making your lineage like an Aarakocra and giving yourself a fly speed, because then not only do you have a climb speed, you have a fly speed and a walk speed. You have dark vision, you don't need to breathe, and you can also bite somebody. And then the soul knife ability just gives you the ability to teleport in and out of places, but again, keep in mind it is, you know, more limited to the range, you know, up to 80 feet at most. But it's a good way to get in and out of place, but I think that also depends on the style of game that you're playing in. If you're DM, if the kind of game that you're playing in isn't going to do a lot of you know, infiltration or a lot of heists or things that require that, a lot of, you know, that aspect of it is while good when it's utilized, you also run into the fact of like might not be that utilized that often. He started making theme guilds more. Damn, Death Dice and Dungeons got 200 people that play in his games. Whew. Started making guilds Memento Mori, Monster Hunters, Researchers, Shield Shroud. Goes down to find survivors. Damn. Gotta say, man, that sounds like a lot of fun. Originally, I thought Changeling. I'm sadly not that creative for the forms. Not sure of a game. All I know is that it's West Marches. Well, I mean, the thing to consider about West Marches is that it is more of an episodic kind of campaign. So it's more of a, you know, everybody kind of decides like what the direction of it is going, and then you just kind of, you know, roll with it. I personally have never played in nor ran a West Marches game, so I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. I know with them, it's, you know, for the kind of games that I run, where I prefer to have some generic plot that goes from beginning to end. It doesn't really work that way with West Marches. And I will say, I am planning on, after my Rime of the Frost Maiden game is over, transitioning that one into something more similar to a West Marches game. But I haven't like nailed down all those details, as we still have plenty of time with that. So, but yeah, I know they allow for drop in and drop out if you need to. Yeah, well, and that's kind of the thing, is a lot of West Marches games are going to be huge tables, kind of like what Death Dice and Dungeons is saying, you know, where you have, you know 40 to 50 people in any one game, and you know, you set a date and a time of when games are going to be ran, and that's when they're ran, and it's when everybody sits down, that's when you decide what the game is, and you know, that's kind of how it's ran. Even the style that I plan on running after my Rime of the Frost Maiden game isn't exactly that. So, because I'm still gonna have like some narrative flow. Ooh, got a bug. Get out of here, bug. Gotta finish my sandwich. We're part of some big guild Like if I was a changeling, I'd have to tell them. I mean, why? Why would you necessarily have to tell them? Oh yeah, Death Dice and Dungeons. Feel free to drop links, buddy. Drop them into the chat. No big deal. So, here's the thing about the DM said the guild would require it. Well, I mean I guess if that's between, that's between you and the DM. One of the things that I've always held my players to is your characters can have secrets, but the players should know the truth. Especially but more when it comes to like who your character is. You know, if you're playing a changeling and you portray yourself as a human for the most part, you know, you could tell everyone in game like, oh yeah, I'm a human, but everyone at the table gets to know that you're a changeling, and they have to play it up based off of what their characters know. I've done that for years because I had a situation where one of the games I was in, somebody was playing as a paladin and somebody was playing as a they were playing as a fighter, but they were portraying themselves as a paladin. What they were building up to revealing to the party was that they were a disgraced paladin who had left his knightly order, had lost his oath, and he became a fighter and was eventually going to go down the path of an eldritch knight, you know, turning away from divinity and focusing more on the arcane. So he didn't tell us that. He simply told us that he was a paladin, and there was a point where one of our characters went down. We had already used our healing potions, and like we had no other options for healing immediately, and we implored the paladin. We were like, you know, please heal them. You know, we know paladins have this lay on hands ability, and he's like, I can't do that, and it's like, well, what do you mean? You know, he was like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's, you know, it's not what I, you know, am trying to play it up. And unfortunately he didn't play into it very well. And we asked him, you know, out of character, we're like, why aren't you healing him? Like, seriously, like just heal him. And he's like, well, I'm not really a paladin, I'm a fighter. And we were like, what? I mean, and this was only like 2 or 3 sessions in, you know, when we found this out. And he's like, yeah, I was going to build up to this big reveal about, you know, how I, you know, was disgraced and you know, left my order. And at that point we kind of had to reconsider our party dynamic, because we had assumed that he was he was going to be a tank providing some healing, because nobody else in the party had any kind of healing. And while it's not his problem that none of us played as a healer kind of character, it's also one of those things, I think, you know, that stuff should be brought forth. So, but I mean, again, you can play a good changeling rogue. I mean, you could do really well with a like a trickster, or I gotta put my glasses back on. Yeah, like an arcane trickster would be good. Infiltrator is homebrew, so let's try and avoid that. Thief or spy would work really well. Scout rogues, you know, being able to get in and out of places. I mean, thief is kind of the one that I'd roll with more. But yeah, either that or maybe Phantom. Phantom's pretty cool, because you could then impersonate the person that you know, that you kill with like the tokens of the departed and stuff like that. Inquisitive would also be really good, you know, being more of an investigator. Changeling with D&D, yeah. Well, that's kind of one of my players at my library game plays a divine, or no, not a divine soul sorcerer, a celestial warlock changeling, and their character in their character in has two souls inhabiting the one body. So it's a brother and a sister. So one of them will front, and if it's Ari, the brother, he'll have a male figure, but when it's Ariella, the sister, he'll have a female visage. So it's really fun because he's able to kind of like play these two characters back and forth off of one another, because they can always hear the other one in his head. By the way, don't know if anyone's seen this. Red Bull has a summer flavor called Juneberry, and it tastes like blue raspberry. So if you like blue raspberry, check that out. I mainly do wizards, so I'm trying to get away from heavy spells. It's understandable. Today's sponsor, not Red Bull. All right. So yeah, I think I'm going to talk about try all the drinks. Energy drinks can be weird for me. Not weird for me. I have two of them. I'll probably drink them both tonight and then just go to bed sweet and sound. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the subclass that I made last week. If you are part of the Discord, which much appreciation to Death Dice and Dungeons for joining that. If you're curious, the link's right above me, or you can click the About button below me to go and check that out. They're over there talking about that giant 200 death dungeon that they're making. That is a huge dungeon. Is that wait a second, I know that dungeon. Is that the dungeon of the Mad Mage? I am using GM Binder. Yep. Dungeon of the Mad Mage, but it's, yeah. I was gonna say, I glanced over into the Discord and I saw it, and I was like, why does this look familiar? I know that top part with those what almost looks like a comb, like a double-sided comb, those sets of rooms, and then there's that on the right hand side, there's that like V shape. I recognize those two, and I want to say that, yeah, that was like kind of what set me off. Oh man, yeah. I used to have that map somewhere. I'm trying to find it on my computer, and I don't know where if I ever did anything with it. I used to have this huge map. You know, the resource, I don't know all the resources, but I will say, I mean, that's once you've looked for yes, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, the original Forgotten Realms one. Yeah. Oh man, that's sick. Yeah, to those of you wondering, Death Dice and Dungeons, talking about his maps over in the Discord. If you're interested, join the Discord. Lots of fun people over there talking, and now even more. Oh, I misspelled that. But yes, Death Dice and Dungeons. I am using the GM Binder. This is my preferred system for making my home brews. So, you know what? I did this formatting for the other one. I'm gonna use it for this as well. There we go. Ooh. But yeah. So I know I posted this the other day, a couple days ago, over in the Discord. So this is the Bardic College, or the Bardic College of Narration. The idea was, I got the inspiration for this particular college, this Bardic College, when I was scrolling through Reddit and I saw a clip from the game Bastion. And if you don't know, Bastion is an isometric beat 'em up action adventure game. But one of the key aspects of it is there's a narrator, and the narrator is voiced by this like sultry toned guy who plays a character called Rux. And it's this older gentleman, and kind of think of Sam Elliott, the like he plays a lot of cowboys, but the actor Sam Elliott, think of his voice, and that's kind of what it was. And I had this idea. Thank you, Nefarious Tarnus, thank you very much. And Death Dice and Dungeons, thank you as well for following me. I just noticed that. Appreciate that. But I had this idea of a Bardic College of Narration where, as the battle's going on, you are Jared, you weren't following. But I had this awesome idea of a bard who's standing there in the middle of the battlefield narrating what's going on. I totally didn't unfollow to follow. Well, hey, whatever works for you, pal. But yeah, so this idea came down to, a bard who's out there on the battlefield, slinging spells, helping allies, hurting enemies, but narrating the entire time, and being able to manipulate reality, and twist the world to their whims. How far away from being affiliates? I actually am past the threshold. I'm past the threshold, I know that. Let me see. Yeah. I could do it now, but I don't want to. My thing is I prefer to, I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that, but keep your money, man. Keep your money. This content, this is all out here for free. This is all for fun. I don't want your monies. I appreciate it. I know, yeah. Well, believe me, I got Twitch Prime as well. I'm out there on a couple other channels. But yeah, no, I'll be honest with you. Some of it's more the yeah, like Jared said, the amount of times we'd break TOS. No, honestly, it just has more to do with I try and keep my hobby, and D&D is the joy of my life. But once I start introducing money flow into that, then I feel like there's a higher expectation with it. The other aspect is just kind of like doing it for free. I like putting stuff out there and having fun with it. So, but I very much appreciate it, man. I very much do. So, many thanks for that. Well, you know what? Shoot, if you really want to, I'll do this. Let me pull up a link real quick. If you want to, you can. If you really want to, if you ever want to put like a buck or two in my pocket, head to that link and you can buy a sticker for like, you know, for a couple bucks, and you know, get that Kel's Corner sticker, and that'll I think that'll, it's 20% of it. So if you get like a $3 sticker, you know, I'll get like 60 cents or something like that, whatever it equates to. So there you go. Oh, did you get buried? Let me scroll back up. I had a warlock character who was a sea elf who at birth had a succubus trapped within her soul, so they were intertwined and sharing a body. Oh yeah, that's, I mean, that's kind of an you know, that's a very similar aspect to that, to Ari and Ariella's character. So okay, I could see that. So was the character that you were playing the sea elf, and was the warlock patron the succubus within the body? Is that how you ran that? Because that's how I would have done it. If you were playing a warlock, yeah, let me I would say if it was a succubus, I would go fiend. You could do yeah, I would say fiend, but if you're playing a sea elf, you could also do fathomless. You could have done fathomless, do a sea elf fathomless warlock, and have the succubus be the one that's giving it to you. Oh, the patron was a genie who gave us the power to protect ourselves as the sea elf was exiled from. Oh, okay. See, I thought you were going with the aspect of it being of it being the patron. Like, I'll give you power in exchange to keep you, you know, to keep you alive, because if you're alive, I'm alive. So yeah, that would be a way to work it. Since when do you wear glasses? Aaron, I've been wearing glasses my entire life. No, yeah, for the past couple days. For the past couple days, I found a better way. Death Dice and Dungeons, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. He boosted the server. Thank you so much, my friend. Very much appreciate that. He has pink eye. I thought I had pink eye. I actually thought I had conjunctivitis, but no, it went away in a couple days. Get the better audio quality. I appreciate that. I mean, hey, I won't turn down boosts to the servers. You know, I'm not gonna hold anyone to it. So, but yeah, that'll get us better audio quality over there. Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, very, very much thankful for that. All right. Yeah, so back to the I have the character in notes but never actually made them. Can't figure out how to RP sort of a split personality. I would say if you wanted to do that, if you did want to run a character with a split personality like that, just, you know, develop each character separately. Give each one of them their own wants and desires, and then have it be, I would focus on the main character you're playing as, focus on the sea elf, but have that, have the succubus in the background throwing influences into there. You know, that would be a way that you could do it, you know, because obviously they're going to have their own wants and desires, and it's even possible that they could want to, the succubus could want to eventually take over the body and might want to, you know, make you make wrong decisions or something like that, you know, or might want to trip you up, or possibly they want you to grow as strong as possible so that they can try and influence you and to do their bidding. But I would just be careful with that, because if you are playing in if you're playing in that West Marches game, that's being that it's more episodic, you're gonna kind of have to rely on yourself for that RP, I feel. Original idea was they ended up learning from each other, but something just had, yeah, couldn't tell you. I keep glancing over like, what is going on? Thank you so much, guys, for boosting the server. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. If it helps the community, if that helps the community, I'm okay with that. That is what I will say. If that helps the community, I'm fine with that. 2 more. Oh. Let me see some here. See, I have boosts on another server. Seeing that one is just at 7. Oh, I might have a, I don't know. There you go. I moved one over myself. Oh man, thank you so much for all that. I appreciate that. Trying to see if that's, is it on there? Do your own boosts? I would. I just I have 5 boosts. I'm boosting another server 4 times. So we'll see. See if we can we'll see if we can get one more. Ooh. Yeah. maybe we'll see. I've had some personality questions that I went through and answered them for both their perspectives. There you go. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Like I said, I would just say take the two characters, give them each their own personality, kind of flesh each one of them out separately, what their wants and desires are, and then once you have that, then you can roll into, you know, how that RP is going to work. My player John, his two characters, Ari and Ariella. Ari is very he's very protective. He's more of the stoic kind of character. He is very like more classic charming, more like suave and debonair, whereas Ariella, she was a little bit younger. She was somebody who was a little bit more lively, and she unfortunately she was the one that actually died. Her character, like that character passed away, and then her soul was put into his body. You know, that's what's one way that you could play it up is, you know, give them each a contrasting personality and then kind of play them off of one another. Should I stick with Genie? I would say go with what you want. Truth be told, do what you feel comfortable with. You know, if we here we go, pull this up. I mean, I would probably avoid, you know what, Archfey could work. Archfey has some charmed, so Fathomless would work more if you are going, Fathomless would work well if you were sticking more with the sea elf side of things. So the Fathomless warlock is somebody who takes a pact with an entity of the water. So something, something that's out there, that's in the deep. I actually made a Ghostwise halfling Fathomless warlock that he was a pirate, his ship crashed. He called out to be saved from this kraken, and something saved him. But from that day forward, he heard this voice telling him to return to sea and to kill the kraken. But in order to do so, he had to go and find this gem that could render the kraken mortal, because it was immortal. So Fathomless is pretty cool because you get kind of like like Eovard's Black Tentacles ability. You also get, you know, some swimming speeds and stuff like that. Resistance to cold damage. Your tentacles of the deep can defend you. You as an Undying Warlock, so I wouldn't necessarily go with an Undying patron if you're looking at having like Sea Elf and Succubus, because Undying is more just about staying alive, which could work you could do an Undying Warlock if the whole aspect of the Succubus is just not to die. But the Archfey, I would actually say the Archfey, you could play that up a bit. The Archfey has the ability to charm creatures. You're able to turn invisible and escape out of situations. Beguiling defenses, you are immune to being charmed. So, you know, if anything, I would say if you want to have the Succubus like playing into their charming abilities, then do the Archfey and just reflavor it to be that it is the Succubus within you, for them to be able to split for not that long. Yeah, I mean, something like that you would really have to work with your DM, because that's a fairly powerful ability, because it depends on what they can do separated. Okay, as a DM, I gotta ask, do you have anything banned from your table? Yes. And I see Aaron put roll 0, and yeah, that's here, let me see if I can pull up the right document. Where is it? Where's my session 0? Oh, here it is. Session. There it is. Session negative 0.5. So. No, dude, don't worry. It's not sidetracking. And man, it's just chatting. That's what we're all about here. We're just chilling. So I actually don't have a ton of stuff that I've banned. I generally try and work more around things than to outright ban them. The only thing that I have outright banned is, or that I have banned the aspect of it, is Healing Spirit. And that is that I run this modified that it can only be cast during combat. So that's one of the restrictions that I have, is that Healing Spirit can only be cast during combat. That if you're out of combat, you can't just like immediately end and then pop a Healing Spirit and, you know, restore, you know, however many D6 to somebody. But beyond that, I don't have a lot. Oh, here they are. Here are the spell tweaks. Guidance doesn't stack. I hate Silvery Barbs so much. Yeah, Silvery Barbs is one of those ones that when it came out like I didn't really understand, you know, what the big deal was until I actually sat down and read it, and I was like, okay, it's a reaction that when a creature within 30 feet succeeds in a D20 test, and I was like, okay, that could be enemies or allies, and then you give them disadvantage, and then the next, you know, and then you choose a creature to get advantage on the next thing it does. It's, yeah, and you can just keep rolling that, you know. It's such a low barrier to entry too, with it being first level. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. The thing about Silvery Barbs, you can't use it in Theater of the Mind, or if you're blind in my case. Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have to see them, but I mean, Theater of the Mind, if you're playing Theater of the Mind, there has to be leeway to say what the range of that is. But you know, if your character is blind, yes, you can't see them. So, but then again, you're also going to be limited to you would also be limited to, you know, any number of spells, because most, if not all, spells require you have to see the roll before you cast the spell. Oh, you're blind IRL. I didn't know that. Oh man, Enforcer, I'm learning something new about you. Well, I mean, you could still use it. The thing is that you would just have to talk with your DM. If you were at my table and you had Silvery Barbs and you said, like, you know, I'm gonna, you know, like, I would just say, like, oh yeah, I'll say what if they succeed or fail, and it's like, you know, roll my D20. Okay, the goblin succeeds its attack against, you know, so and so, that thus giving you the opportunity to cast that. I wouldn't even worry about that. Like I said, just, you know, make sure that your DM knows that one, because Theater of the Mind or Battle Map or anything like that, you know, make sure that your DM knows your situation, and just tell them to announce when a creature has has succeeded or failed. All right, so here it is. Oh crap, I got some smudge on my computer. So here's one of mine. This is one of my session 0 overviews. Wait, let me zoom in on there. There we go. Yeah, so guidance doesn't stack. I had DMs who are raw. Dude, even if your roles is written, like if you have a physical thing that would adjust how you could play, man, you got some dick DMs out there. All right, Enforcer, you have a good night, man. Happy birthday also. Yo, tell me, God, you gotta tell us how you do on that algebra test, man. But yeah, so my spell tweaks, the things that I wouldn't necessarily say these are banned, these are more tweaks than anything. Guidance does not stack. I had a situation with a group where one of the players wanted to there was a druid, there was a cleric, and I think I can't remember what it was that got it else. Well, so what their idea was that if they were in a scenario where somebody if they were in a scenario where they had to like pass a skill check, then the 3 characters would each cast guidance on somebody, and then that would give them 3d4 on top of whatever they rolled. So if they had to make a strength check to like climb a tree or something like that, and the one character, you know, was a rogue with like an 8 in their strength, it's like, oh, here's 3d4. You know, each one of us is going to cast guidance on you. You're going to get a d4 from the druid, you're going to get d4 from the cleric, you're going to get d4. Yes. And that's exactly it. But there was a lot of pushback with that. And that was one of those things where like I had to like specifically put that one out there and just say like, you know, this is it. Okay, it's like it's so rare that it ever comes up, but it was guidance was the one that did it for me. Yeah, it was a pain in the butt. All right, what was it? Yeah, what page was it? Oh yeah, 205. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, just unfortunately when you have players that there are more lenient DMs than I am, and I feel like I'm a fairly lenient DM as is, it gets rough sometimes. Okay, so the next one, yeah, healing spirit is in combat use only. I just think it's how it was supposed to be ran. With healing spirit, I don't like the idea of immediately ending combat and then having the druid or the ranger just popping out this thing that's a 2nd level spell slot that can now bump up, you know, you figure they're gonna have a 4 or 5 in wisdom, so when you got 4d6, you know, it's whew. I'm guessing that's due to all DMs not knowing to read. Yeah, that's it. It's a lot of house ruling. You know, it's a lot of DMs that are out there that they just kind of play it as is and, you know, make up the rules as they go. So it's one of those reasons why, like, when it comes to guidance, that's one of the things that I'll always point out. Grease is flammable, so it doesn't explicitly say in grease that it's flammable, but grease is flammable. You know, cover a 10-foot area in grease. It becomes difficult terrain. Creatures fall over in it. You light them on fire, and the moment it does, it deals 1d6 fire damage to each creature in the area until an action is used to smother them and put out the flames. And the flames last there for, I think the last time I played it, it was a minute. It was, the flames lasted for, oh yeah, it was, yeah, the duration of grease. Yeah, so that's an adjustment. Bless Bane is one spell. So this actually goes back to the day when I played Pugmire. Let me see if I could even pull that up, because I want to say I have it somewhere within my within all my documents. Really? I don't have Pugmire? No, huh. Apparently I don't have Pugmire in my documents anymore. But wait, I think I figured out where it was. Is it here? Pathfinder. Nah. Yeah, don't know where it went. I used to have a thing that was like all the Pugmire stuff. And now I can't find it. I don't know if I had it on my old computer or what. But one of the things about Pugmire was that Bless and Bane was the same spell, and it was just Bless Bane, and it worked the exact same way that it works in D&D, where you choose up to 3 creatures and you either bless all of them or you bane all of them, because the casting time's the same, the range is the same, the difference is just and the duration is the same. It's concentration for up to a minute. The difference is that it's a sprinkling of holy water versus a drop of blood. But all you do is you just pick 3 creatures, and either they all have to subtract a d4 from their attacks and saves based off of that charisma save, or they get the +4s. I did that very specifically because it just gives you that versatility with one spell instead of having to fill up 2 spots. But it's also because Cleric is the only one that gets both of them. A Paladin gets both gets Bless, but it doesn't get Bane, even though, you know, your ability to impose that onto them could be something that a Paladin does through intimidation, through divine intimidation, and a Bard should be able to get Blessed because it's almost like another form of inspiration. And then lastly, True Strike is bad. Just don't use it. I actually have a different version, and I have another version as well, but I just hate True Strike, and I don't want people to ever touch it. I love whispered rules, so the dice meta is nerfed. Yep. Rogue rolled a 2 on the search for traps. They're the only one who usually search at a table. I've seen so many people. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. And yeah, no, I do agree. I do agree. It's, if you use Foundry, I want to say it's Foundry VTT. Yeah. Foundry VTT has a way of like doing whispered rules, where like you don't see it, nobody else sees it, but the DM sees it. And that's one of those things of like, yeah. See, I use Encounter Plus, and Encounter Plus, I have a program on my computer that allows it to go from D&D Beyond to that, and I can turn off players' rules from hitting the screen, but unless they roll to the DM, I don't know. But that's kind of the thing, is like yeah, it has always been a bother of me where it's like, oh, you know, I'm gonna roll perception, and so you get one person to roll perception, and then all of a sudden, you know, they see that they get a 5, and it's like, no, you don't see anything, and everyone else is like, I do it too. You know, everyone's just grabbing for their dice. He usually tells everyone to either roll or just don't when we play, yeah. And that's it. That's what it comes down to. You know, it's in a lot of cases, if a player goes to roll for something, it's like, yeah, go ahead. You know, it's like, hey, you know, do I know about this? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead and make a history check. Everyone else is like, can I make a history check too? It's like, yeah, go ahead. It's like, we'll see what everyone knows. I do like that idea of whispered rolls. I also use crit, hit, and fumble decks. I actually have crit, hit, and fumble decks. I have the Pathfinder ones. They're up on my shelf. Yeah, I got both of them. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there it goes. Boom, yeah. There we are. Critical hit and critical fumble. I used these for a long time back in the day whenever Jared and Aaron and I were playing with just our buddies. I actually had a table. I had a table that was like a D100 table, but I moved away from that after a while, because while it was it was one of those things where you're critical. I do want criticals to be like super meaningful, super impactful, and have a real presence at the table. But whenever you draw the thing that, instantly one hit kills, a big bad or something like that, and yeah, you can modify it, you can adjust it. Yeah, it's actually why I do brutal criticals, or crunchy crits, I think is what Jacob from XP to level 3 once called it, where you add the max weapon damage die pool to the damage. So if your dice pool is 3d6 plus 1d8 plus 4, you're rolling that plus 30, because you're getting the max of the 3d6, the max of the d8, plus that 4 on top of it. So, you're rolling 3d6 plus 1d8 plus 30. And that's like, your big one. So, nothing like hitting the big bad who's a wizard with the card My Teeth, 20% spell failure due to mangled mouth. That is, yeah, and that is the cool thing. That's where stuff like that, is very awesome. I mean, I'm sure there would be ways to incorporate it otherwise. I actually just had the thought about coming up with a table that would be like that, where you could do it where you offer the players the opportunity to either, when they crit, to either do the increased damage pool, or to or to do something that would incapacitate them. Like, if whatever you're doing isn't going to outright kill them, even with the increased damage, to potentially chop off a hand, or to break their teeth or something. It's been so long since I looked at these. I don't even know what's all that. Let's just draw randomly from the center. Pimp Slap. Normal damage, and the target is dazed for 1d4 rounds. Well, there you go. Instead of dealing that extra 30 damage, they're now dazed. I guess stunned would be 5e's version. Across the eyes, normal damage, and the target is blinded permanently. Damn. Normal damage plus 2d6 bleed. I know someone who lost a hand and got an axe as a replacement. That you did, but that was not because of a critical fumble. That was because of a dick dragon. Okay? That wasn't a crit fumble. That was because there was a dragon that didn't understand that my Kelf was simply looking out for the best interest of its child. Okay? Kelf was the dick. Kelf was not the dick. Okay, Kelf was a dick. Kelf was not the dick in that moment. He sees a baby dragon with what he assumes is a kobold, and his innate hatred of kobolds kicks in, and he immediately charges at them. He was simply trying to protect that little dragon. Okay? That's all he was doing. That's all he was doing. But to answer your original question, Death Dice and Dungeons, the one thing that I have banned is what Aaron was referring to. And that is that I have a rule, and that is that D&D is supposed to be a game where people can live out a fantasy and adventure with friends, and is not a personal deviant circus where I let you attack a gnome, grapple them to the ground, steal their quiver of arrows, and let you molest them with their own arrows in order to gain information about where their hideout is. Yes, this happened, and it haunts me to this day. This is why I have it's that, like, you know, thing that shouldn't need to be said, but if there's anything that someone ever brings to my table that is grotesquely obscene, I strike it down. No, not, I mean, it would have been better, gnome kebabs, it would have been better if he killed them in the process, but he didn't. Oh yeah, and then the fact that Aaron just snapped a commoner to Crisp and to Cinders the other, you know, few sessions ago. I would don't put that on me, Hannah. Don't put that on me, Hannah. I am the best DM that has run a game for you, and we'll put it that way, and that's because I am the only DM that has run a game for you. Hey, that was not my fault, sir. It was not my fault. It was our fault, sir. It was our fault, okay? I used an improper word, and your reaction was still standing. So, I will admit, I used an improper word. I said, you know, it's almost like you took, you know, no damage. But I had rolled for damage at that point. So, it's our mistake. But it's a character growth moment. It's character growth. Hey, you know what? If you wouldn't have said I cast Hellish Rebuke, we would never had it. Can I have a Cal spellcaster? I mean, you could. Because he just wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. I mean, give it a Helm of Intellect, and there you go. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, the headband of intellect. It gives them a 19 of intelligence. You give a Cal that. Somatic components be damned. So funny enough, I actually did have I had a character built up on Beyond years ago whose name is Rembrandt, and he's all the way at the bottom of my list because I've never played him, but he is an illusionist wizard, but he's an awakened cat. And basically he was a cat who belonged to this old woman. She had a butler. The butler died. The cat ran away, encountered a druid. The druid cast Awaken on the cat. The cat traveled around, found itself in a city with a wizarding college, and basically sat there and listened to the wizarding, to one of the teachers, made a spell book, cast Find Familiar, and created with the Find Familiar the illusion of his of the old butler. So, and then traveled around using the familiar, the illusory familiar butler as his like as his like figure. Good night, Aaron. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks. Never got to play him, but yeah, I mean, Jared has a bunch of Jared has some sidekicks. Not a cow, but I mean technically he could. Is there a cow stat block? I know there is, yeah. I don't even know why I thought about, why I didn't think about that. Yeah, you could 100% have a cow stat block. Goring Rush, charge abilities. I can imagine Gerard frothing at the mouth over the concept of having a cow. Because that's the thing. It's Jared's character is a mark of handling human archfey warlock that is a Pokemon trainer, and he has a number of animal companions. Fact, he has this many. He has enough for now. That's true, Stacy. You did just get a new sidekick. You got the Journal of Serialized Medicine. All right, Dyson Dungeons, thank you so much again. Much appreciated, buddy. You have a wonderful night. Oh, man. What fun. What fun. All right. So, yeah. Jump back into what I was talking about before. Yeah. So the college, the Bardic College of Narration. So I wanted to create a, Death Cow? What is this? Sorry, you piqued my interest with Death Cow. $90 hit points. Holy shit. Knows both. Oh, it's a CR5. That's why. It can take controls of 1d. Oh my god. Cows controlled in this fashion do not receive a wisdom save but are controlled automatically. A death cow can voluntarily appear as a normal cow. It can transform between cow and death cow. I need a picture. I'm sorry. Excuse me, what? When the death cow dies, it explodes, showering creatures with scalding blood. Oh my god. This is sick. Each creature in a 30-foot radius makes a 15 dex save, 46 fire damage. It speaks in a strange mooing tongue called bovine that normally can't be learned by non-cows. Those who wish to learn it must succeed an intelligence save. and have a willing death. Wow, you have to cast the wish spell in order to even make an attempt to learn it. It makes one. It has a great sword. This has to be in reference. This has to be in reference. To the Diablo cowl. This has to be in reference to the cowls from Diablo. Like, you can't tell me this isn't what is coming to mind. Like, I mean, seriously, this is 100% what we're looking at, right? Like, I'm not alone in this, but this. Oh my god! Why does it have a katana? Oh man, look what you did. Laughing so much I got a nosebleed. Oh man. That is absolutely hilarious. I'm 100% using this. I'm 100% using this. Oh man. 1 second, I gotta get a paper towel. Woo! This, my everything just like made sense, and I was just so enraptured by this. Oh man. Woo. Yeah, I'm 100% using this, and I do apologize to, you know, Stacy, and I know Aaron already went to bed, but Stacy, Aaron, and Jared, as it won't be in your game, but this will be in my library game, as that game has a lot more eldritch horror stuff, and this is exactly that. War Moo. The Death Cow unleashes a deafening moo. All non-bovine creatures within 30 feet that can hear the moo must attempt a DC 13 Constitution save and be deafened for a minute and take 8d6 thunder damage. Holy God. Wow. That is insane. Oh man. Give me a couple minutes. I gotta go handle this nosebleed real quick. All right, I'm back. Sorry, the cow exploded and caused you to be showered in scalding blood. That's right. I did. Like, I looked down at my shirt, and all of a sudden, I'm just like covered in blood. Yeah. So, imagine being a farmer. Suddenly, a cow stands up on its hind legs, draws a two-handed sword. Just then, it issues a death move. The commoner farmer didn't stand a chance. He just explodes. Just picturing a party has to investigate mysterious exploding farmers. You know, this is the thing. In my library game, the party is playing through the Dragon by Spire Peak, and the way the other story that I'm weaving into it is that a cult of Mask worshippers. So Mask is the god of thieves and the god of shadows and stuff, and this cult of Mask worshippers is trying to raise a shadow dragon. Now, the way that you raise a shadow dragon is by, one, having the soul of a dragon that is corruptible. So you need to have a vessel. You need to have a dragon soul to corrupt, first and foremost. Second, you need a vessel to put it into. So you need something that will be able to withstand the power of the shadow dragon. And then you need to perform a ritual, but the ritual needs to be fueled by what the Shadowfell is fueled by, and that is negative energy and negative emotions. So the cult was actually, and within that particular campaign, the cult was the reason why the white dragon showed up in Phandalin. They kind of drove it from its home to roost in Phandalin, because Phandalin is kind of like the perfect nexus of evil draconic energies. Phandalin is where the Spellforge is, you know, from the Lost Mines of Phandelver campaign. So yeah. So in Wave Echo Cave, at the very end, you know, room 15 there is the Forge of Spells. You know, this massive brazier that was used to make these magical artifacts. So there's that. There's also the old dragon barrow, where an ancient dragon is buried alongside its, you know, the warrior that slayed it. And then there's something that I can't talk about because I know that there's people in here from my my P5 campaign, and I would spoil an aspect of that. So I don't want to do that. But that's the thing, you know, there's a big reason why Phandalin works really well for this. Within that campaign, though, the one aspect that the players have, the one aspect that the players will soon catch on to is that Harbin Wester is not a member of the cult, but is profiteering from the cult. So Harbin Wester was told about Phandalin from by somebody from the cult, unbeknownst to him. This was a member of the cult, about how there was going to be an opportunity for a new town master, and he went and
instilled himself there, paid a lot of money, to people, and kind of took that opportunity over. And then when the dragon approached, the reason why the cult, whispered to him to do this is because he's terrified of dragons. And so when the white dragon shows up and he's terrified of it, he's building up this whole, fear of dragons. He won't leave his house. He's constantly telling people to not travel far. Doing all these things that are very cowardly, and the whole purpose is to drum up the fear of dragons. And then the dragon itself is also doing that. It's also showing up and going out and attacking, and the players in that campaign just recently witnessed the dragon flying towards Neverwinter. So the dragon is doing half of the work. Harbin is kind of doing the other half to drum up this fear of the dragon, because once the cult is able to culminate the essence of the fear of dragon to get what is needed to perform this ritual, they will wait until the party goes and kills Cryovane. And at that point, they will be there to take the soul of Cryovane in that moment and corrupt it. And then they will go to where the next stage of that campaign, leads to perform this ritual. And wink, wink, it ties into the 3 continuing adventures that show up after the Dragon of Icespire Peak, the Stormlord's Wrath, the Sleeping Dragon's Wake, and finally, the Divine Contention. So, oh boy, did you look at that? So that's kind of like the entire design of that campaign. So because of that, they get to go to line. Yeah, they do. It's gonna be, so your campaign, the P5 campaign is obviously a tie-in between Dragon of Icespire Peak and the Rise of Tiamat, the introduction of the Cult of Dragons. So you guys were sent there by the council to aid in the rebuilding of Lylon, because they need to have a waypoint between Waterdeep and Neverwinter. And since there has been cult activity near Lylon, they need to bolster that place in order to make sure that the cult doesn't have its full foothold into that area, because obviously you guys know that that's at least somewhere around there you will have to deal with the Black Dragon cult at some point. Not that you haven't already, but one step at a time. But yeah, with theirs, it's more about these the influence of the Shadowfell, and one of the ways that I'm gonna do that is there's going to be Shadowfell incursions. There's going to be locations that are quest and one-shot, adventures that I have planned that will be influenced by the shadows. And luckily the players are very much diving into this and really, taking it, by the horns. The paladin is an eclipse paladin who is all about the combination of radiance and necrotic. He can imbue his weapons with sunlight. The barbarian is a tempest barbarian, and they're out there, creating lightning storms and thunder waves and stuff like that. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff that's going for them that makes them like the perfect ones to handle it. And something like this, the Death Cow, this can very easily be modified for what I need it to be. because one of the things that the Cult of Shadows does is they will kill something and then they will corrupt it. And when they corrupt it, it reanimates into a shadow version of itself. So shadow versions are fairly simple. They are immune to necrotic damage. They deal necrotic or cold damage. They are able to turn invisible in dim light or darkness. And on top of that, when they die, they vanish. They turn into shadows. So it's one of those things where the players have encountered this already. They fought shadow wolves. They encountered some goblins that had this, like, these wisps on them, and when they went to kill them, you know, they just kind of vanished. But the other thing is that if you get attacked by a shadow creature, if you're hit, it can do a bonus action to try and corrupt you. And when that happens, you have to make the same save as you do for a shadow. And it's strength drain ability, where you make a constitution saving throw. And I think I set the DC for the wolves to 14. I want to say I think it was a 14. Oh wait, I could look actually, because it was based off of, oh maybe yeah, I think it was 14. But if you fail that, you get marked, and then you have your constitution reduced by 1d4, which, reducing your constitution reduces your maximum hit points. So it becomes like a very frantic fight of don't get hit. Now the thing is they can only do it once, and once you succeed against it, you're immune to that creature's ability to do that, but they can only do it once. I didn't want it to be so unfair. But yeah, so I could very quickly take this death cow and make it something where the cult is, the cult was, you know, doing, you know, taking over wolves and taking over goblins and hobgoblins and, you know, orcs and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, you know, they're out there getting killed and, you know, attacking one another, but nobody suspects the cow. So I could see this, I could see adjusting this into a shadow cow. That's phenomenal though. Man, I cannot thank Death Dice and Dungeons enough for that. That's beautiful. I gotta save these pictures though. There we go. Death cow. I'm gonna put this in my notes. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. So why don't we get back into what I was talking about before and kind of discuss my new Bard subclass that I put together. So, like I said before, it's the Bardic College of Narration. Bards who join the College of Narration weave stories to manipulate reality, guiding their allies and confounding their enemies. These bards use the power of their words to alter events, change circumstances, and create new outcomes. They are masters of storytelling, using their gift to influence the world around them. So, like I said before, the idea behind this whole thing was to have a bard that would be on the battlefield narrating the events and being able to narrate what happens and alter what happens because of that. So the first ability at 3rd level, as a bonus action, you can expend a use of your bardic inspiration to choose a number of allies up to your charisma modifier within 60 feet, and for the next minute, the first attack, roll, saving throw, and ability check that each target makes can be made with advantage. So with this is you know, kind of in line with a like an inspiration or something like that. But normally the base inspirations are just going to be, you know, one creature. This is going to be your whole team, kind of like ramping them up, giving them a bit of a pep talk, and then, you know, going into battle with them. And that's kind of the whole idea, is using this more like once you're like going into battle and really like charging up your team. So I wanted to make sure that it was something that with this one, there was something that was like a really straightforward ability, something that was beneficial to the entire party, to give this bard this sense of like control over the battlefield. The second ability, also at 3rd level, Author's Prerogative. You gain the ability to alter the narrative when things go awry. When a creature within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack or fails a saving throw, you can use a reaction to expend a use of Bardic Inspiration to make the attack miss or the saving throw succeed. You must decide to use this feature after the roll is made, but before the DM narrates the outcome, and you can use this a number of times equal to half of your proficiency bonus, rounded down. You get this back on a long rest. Now, that might seem like a very specific amount of times that you can use it. This is actually a slight modification to what I originally had, but the reason why I actually put a bit of a heavier limit on it, because, you know, at 3rd level, you're only going to be able to use it once. So if we let's look in here. Advancement. So proficiency bonus, it's going to be 1 up until you get to 9th level. Then you can use it twice a day until you get to 17th, which then you can use it 3 times. The reason for this is because of the bardic ability Cutting Words. Oh wait, that's right. It's in a subclass. Shit, which one is it? Oh, I can't remember. Is it Whispers? I think it's Whispers. No, I'm wrong. It's not. Which one is it? Lore Bard. That's what I missed. Okay, so Lore Bard kind of works. Cutting Words kind of works the same way. So with Cutting Word, when a creature within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll, so very similar to what I have, except for the damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration, rolling the die and subtracting the number from that die roll. You can choose to use this after the creature made its roll, but before the DM determines whether it hits or fails. The creature is immune if it can't hear, or if it's immune to being charmed. I should probably include that in there. I didn't even think about applying that. I guess a lot of this... Well, no. Because the narration works a little differently. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it like that. But that's the thing. This one is basically use your reaction. You can reduce it by a certain amount, but you get it an amount of times equal to your Bardic Inspiration. So even at 3rd level, you're probably going to start out with like a 3 or a 4, generally a 4 in Charisma if you're playing a Bard. So that means that you can use this 4 times. Now, 4 times at 3rd level, your bardic inspiration is a 6. Or no, is it? I forget. It's a D8. No, it is a D6. Yeah, so at that point, it's a D6. So that means you're reducing their hits by, 3.5, essentially 4 for each use of it. With this, you have to still use that bardic inspiration, but you're just making an attack miss or a saving throw succeed. And so this was kind of my answer to cutting words, was to say, hey, it's like the orc swung down and it appeared that it was going to hit, but it missed instead. And just like having that alter the swing of the orc's blade. Moving down to 6th level. So this is narrative charm. As an action, you can choose a creature within 60 feet and force it to make a wisdom save against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature is charmed by you as per the charm person spell. So let's bring that up. For 10 minutes or until your companions do anything harmful to it. While charmed in this way, you can use subsequent turns to narrate the creature's actions on its turn. The creature will do this to the best of its abilities, as long as it does not directly harm them or harm any other creatures. The actions you narrate must be the ones that the creature could reasonably perform. So you obviously couldn't say, like, the guard jumped 20 feet into the air. Or something like that, or the guard took you off into flight. But you could say, and this is actually probably the one that I would need to do that it can hear it. I feel like that would be I feel like that would be something I might need to modify to this. But basically the way that this works is it's kind of a combination of 2 spells. Charm person and command. Wherever command is, there we are. So charm person allows them to be charmed by you. They're friendly towards you. It regards you as a friend. And that's going to last normally for an hour. This is limited to 10 minutes. But command allows you to speak a sentence to them or a 1-word command, and they do it. So it's kind of like that. It's also kind of like suggestion. Where you give them, some kind of activity or prompt and they go off and do it. Actually, it's more like suggestion. I don't know why I said command. But again, it is something where it's very limited within its, time frame, but it is also kind of putting a lot onto the player. And that's one of the things that I really liked about the whole design of this subclass. The creativity of the player really determines how far this subclass can go. If you're trying to get a guard to move away from a door and leave the keys there, you can use this ability and narrate that of, as the guard sat at his post, he suddenly realized, did I leave the stove on? He stood up in a frantic fury, dropping the keys on his way out as he ran back to his house, and then he's gone. Okay, something like that, and they run away. And for those 10 minutes, they feel like, I need to go home and I need to check on my stove, and they dropped their keys in the process, thus letting you get in, get the keys, and do what you need to do. So this was kind of the design of it, of like being able to narrate people and charm them in that sense of like a loose word of charm is more just commanding them to do something. Narrative manifestation At 6th level, as an action, you can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration to narrate the appearance or disappearance of a non-magical item, such as a set of tools, a weapon, or set of armor. The item must be of common rarity, cannot exceed 10 pounds in weight, and cannot be worth more than 50 gold pieces. It appears in your possession or in an unoccupied space within 30 feet, and it lasts for an hour or until it is dismissed. Alternatively, you can cause a non-magical item, whether it is held, worn by a creature, or at rest within 30 feet of you, to vanish for a minute or until you end the effect as an action. The targeted creature can make a charisma saving throw against your spell save to resist this. So this one was kind of in that same vein of where, you know, the party has to get something. You know, they're trying to break somebody out of jail, but, you know, oh, I forgot a nail file, or, you know, or not a nail file, but I forgot a file, or, you know, you need some kind of like random obscure item in a moment of need, that's something that would help. And this kind of was built out of an idea that was from the Caffeine and Cantrips podcast. I talked about this last week, where experts can just kind of like, oh yeah, no, last time I was in town, I picked one of those up. You know, it's like, I have it. You know, you pay the gold, whatever it is, right then and there, and you now have access to that item. This is more of that, but in a more, you know, magical sense, and something that is a little bit more advanced form of that. Of it's like, oh, you know, it's like the party wondered how they were going to get the file they needed to, or you know, how, if they were going to get the piton that they needed to climb this wall. Little did they know, I had one the whole time. And you just, you know, pulls out exactly what you need. Or to wave something out of existence, to like, maybe you are trying to maybe you want to get somebody to set off a trap inside of a dungeon. You know, maybe there's like an orb on an altar that is non-magical, but it's sitting on a plate, okay? And what you do is you vanish it, and you say, before the orc's eyes, the orb vanished. And then it disappears. The orc freaks out, goes over to where it was. They trigger the trap and, you know, activate it. And then they, you know, a minute later, it comes back in, or you end the effect as an action. As the orc lays dying, the orb reappears in its spot. So something like that. That was the design of this, being able to like will in and out of existence different items. And finally, the last ability, Master Storyteller. Your narrative control becomes so potent that you can alter reality on a larger scale. As an action, you can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration to invoke one of the following effects. Plot twist. You cause a major turn of events to occur. You narrate a sudden change in the situation that can alter the outcome of an event. This could be a sudden change in the weather, a previously unseen ally appearing to help, a structural weakness in a building suddenly becoming apparent, or a similar change. The exact effects are determined by the DM and should be significant but not game-breaking. And finally, invoke the tropes. You can harness the power of narrative cliches to temporarily reshape the reality around you. You can invoke a common trope from countless stories to affect the current scene. This could be a sudden betrayal, an enemy's change of heart, a secret door behind a waterfall, or other such cliches. These narrative elements become real and have tangible effects for the duration of the scene. When the scene ends, the effect of the trope fades away. The secret door disappears, the minion forgets their brief change of heart, the betraying ally may regain their loyalty, but the events and consequences that occur due to your narration remain. This is once per long rest. So these ones were kind of where I wanted this subclass to really like crescendo with its abilities. Stuff like, you know, you're fighting some you're fighting some big bad, or you're fighting some, larger enemy. You're outside in a field. They're wearing metal armor. And, the paladin is out of spell slots. They can't smite. They have no more lay on hands. The cleric is down to a few spell slots. The wizard is down. The fighter is one of the only ones still standing. And even the bard is on one knee. And it's the bard's turn, and he looks up, and as the party laid weak, battered and bruised, Varagoth, the Undying, stands before them on the hilltop, about to wipe them out. But little did he know a storm was brewing. The clouds darkened, swirled with divine energy, with cosmic energy. A bolt of lightning streaks from the sky and crashes at his feet. And bam, right there, a sudden change of weather. A lightning bolt comes down, and it takes the effect of lightning bolt. Make a dex save, 60, 8d6 lightning damage, or because he might, standing out there in heavy armor, stuff like that. Or in that same scene, everyone's down. It's like, as the party lay defeated, waiting for the final death blows, the sound of steel through stomach can be heard across the battlefield. Standing there with a blade sticking out of it, Varagoth the Undying. He looks back and sees Malcolm, the shop boy, the last one who the Sword of Destiny had been sold to. Mizraid! What's up, man? Hey, what's going on, Mizraid? How you doing tonight? You missed the fun, man. I got a nosebleed and everything. Man. Yeah, no, it was lots of fun. Lots of fun indeed. Yeah, we're talking about my most recent creation, the Bardic College of Narration. So, and yeah, this last trope, something like this, funny enough, this was actually, my buddy helped me develop this particular one. I had plot twist. He actually gave me the idea for invoking the tropes, but something like this would be, would be very similar to plot twist, but with like a very specific ability in mind of, something that is a more common kind of tropey effect, where it could be something like, as the party stands there, weakened, battered, and bruised, Varagoth holds his sword aloft and utters down to his minions to attack. Suddenly, one of them, realizing its mistakes, turns, draws its dagger, and bursts forth towards Varagoth with a mighty zeal. Offering up something like that as the minion screams to its allies, charge him, and having something like that happen. Or about the secret door, is the party looking for somewhere that the if the party is looking for where a cult hideout is, and they're trekking through they're trekking through the mountains where this cult is supposedly hiding out, and they can't find it, and the narration bard says, as the hours ticked away, the party's hearts grew heavy, the thought of never finding their quarrel. Suddenly, they noticed behind the bushes a small barrow with a symbol of the cult next to it. And then that being the moment that they are, that they're able to find it, and it could be like they're making, intelligence, not intelligence, like survival checks and perception checks and stuff like that to find this, and they're just failing. Like, this is a way to do that. So, or it could be used to escape. you know, if the party had to go in somewhere and, you know, take something and escape, and you know, as the party runs through the hallways of the Grand Manse, they realize the guards will find their end if they venture down the stairs. Suddenly, a door opens to their right with a staircase leading to the outside, you know, something like that. You know, it's again, this whole subclass is very much letting that player who enjoys, you know, these manifestations, who has that more creative sense of control over the battlefield, very much built for you. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, you know, obviously I'm going to build things that I like and enjoy and, you know, would want to play myself, you know, much like the Jim Bro Warlock, where it's all about charisma and, you know, intimidating and persuading people to join there, or, you know, College of Narration. I gotta get my sniffer back in order. But yeah, so I had a lot of fun with this. It definitely, it's one of those ones that it requires some buy-in from a DM. That is the one thing that I will say is your DM would have to be okay with something like this, because there's that old trope of a DM PC, you know, where the DM wants to be a player, so they make a character, you know, they make a character who is gonna be traveling with the party and doing stuff and interacting. This is very much the PC DM, where that particular player has some level of control over events. To me, it does seem super powerful. So, and this is the one thing though that I will say about that, and it's kind of the point. I was gonna say newer DMs, yeah. Well, in reality, newer DMs should never run homebrew that like this. This would be for a far more experienced DM. You know, a new DM should really stick to you know, what's in the PHB, or like, you know, Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide or Tasha's or something like that, because this would be for a more experienced DM who has you know, who has experience dealing with those trip ups and stuff like that. But one of the things that I will say about it is the amount of bardic inspiration that a bard gets. But all DMs want to try and all DMs want, let's you know, let's focus on the words here. All DMs want to try and say yes for what their players want, but a good DM knows when to say no. Okay, a good DM knows when to say no and when to, you know, pull in those, you know, rein in their players. Yeah, you know, all DMs want to try to say yes, but that does not mean that they have to. They are not required to. And there are DMs out there that are more strict, and there's ones that are more lenient. This would be one that you and your, if I were to want to play this in a game, I would sit down with the DM and go over the whole thing and make sure that they were okay with it. I would never walk up to a table with this and say, this is what I'm playing, and leave it at that, because the DM has to have a lot of buy-in to this. Narrative charm, you have the ability to, like, you're kind of casting two spells, you know, you're casting charm person, you're casting suggestion, basically. You know, that's a first and second level spell. Granted, each one of those is hours long, and this is limited to 10, but at the end of the day, you are still casting essentially two different spells with one ability that is giving you a lot of control over a player. I mean, over you know, somebody, you know, an NPC or whatever. But the one thing though that I will very specifically point out, and I pointed out to a lot of people that said like some of these were a little stronger than they should be. Bardic Inspiration is equal to your charisma modifier, and you regain expended uses when you finish a long rest. Now, throughout a bard's adventure, they have multiple uses of Bardic Inspiration. They have that if you are casting a spell that restores hit points or deals damage, you can roll Bardic Inspiration to buff that. Okay? You have it where, oh yeah, here it is. At 5th level, you get them back on a short rest. Okay? This, they changed to 10, 12, and then all at once. Okay, and then you get wanted when you start initiative. So the thing is that you have other things that you can use it for. These all require uses of Bardic Inspiration. So that was always the whole thing of, you know, I want these to be powerful, but I all want them to use that same singular resource, because you're only ever going to have 5 of them. And that's the whole thing, because unless your party is 5th level and beyond and is actively, you know, short resting all the time, you're gonna get 5, and that's it. So, yeah. So that is the Bard College of Narration. You know, to those that might be interested in it, check out my Homebrews channel over in the Discord. The updated version is in there. It's one of the more recent posts in there. And I will say, keep an eye out for this one. I'm not fully finished with it, and I have some things I want to adjust. But the Barbarian Path of Shadows will be my next endeavor. Looking forward to that one. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to answer some of the questions over in the server, and yeah, I'll answer a question over there in the server, and then probably call it a night soon. All right, so let me just get some things. I have so many windows open up, I don't want anything to crash. Wait a second to close some of these. Okay, close you, close you, close you. We're gonna get you back to the home page. You know, actually, well, doing this, I'm gonna grab some water. So a sandwich here. It's all dry now. All the bread's like stale and crusty. Still good though. Cheddar cheese, ham, and pepperoni with some spicy mustard. All right. Ooh. All right. So, I'm gonna answer the first question.
Oh man, my nose. Do, 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 do. I got a new question. I just got this really cool medical journal. Oh, tell me more. It talks. No. I want to give it a nickname that is elvish, something that seems medical. Well, something that seems... Something that seems medical. That's a great one. Well, you could, I want to say that there's a website you can actually do translations and stuff from English to Elvish. I just don't know if it would have words for what you're looking for. So here's one. This is Sindarin. So Sindarin is from Lord of the Rings. That's the High Elves. So book is apparently Parv. And I actually found another one, which is D&D Common to English. And if you type in medicine in here, it gives you Fenya. So you can just combine those. Fenya Parv. That, I mean, a literal translation. Ooh. Is it really? To heal? Oh, I ain't getting that. I trust you, though. Evenienta. Envenienta. Elvish has always got to be said with, like, a weird, like, you know, like a weird wisp to it. Magic healing book. Oh, magic. Magic is a thing. Goal. Okay, so you could do... if you wanted to, you could give it the name Goal. I'm gonna take what Mizroy put in here. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Get to name the book Gol Evenienta Fenya Parv, which would be a literal translation of magic healing medicine book. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like you could just refer to it. You refer to it however you wanted. It already has a long name. Yeah, so I mean, like I said, you call it Fenya Par. You could call it Fenya. You know, that's medicine, or just just call it. Can you? What we got? I'm assuming the. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, Fenya Parv would just be medical book. Yeah. Yeah, Fenya Parv is just medical book, and the book is literally called here, you know what, actually I'm just gonna pull it up. so we can all see it. There we go. Pop that. We're gonna copy Control-Shift-V and bump that away for a moment. There we go. So this is from Ryan Doyle's stuff, his verdigris table. It was a little further down, I think. Oh, yeah, there it is. The Serialized Journal of Medicine, communicating in a dramatic clipped fashion. Once per day, this book can grant advantage on medicine checks for 21 minutes. So this is what we're working with, and when I RP'd the book, it has a very Baymax style voice. What do you got? Well, there you go. Yeah, to renew, to heal, to treat. Yeah. Oh wait, guess we'll pull that back up. Yeah, let's see book. Oh, I guess I just don't know how to search that. Crazy. But yeah, I mean, you can name it really whatever. Yeah, you called it medic, yeah, initially, but to plural chart. This is literally a course to just learn Elvish. Yeah, I mean, dude, name it what name it whatever you want. I mean, at the end of the day, it's your book. How did I find the charts? What charts? I went to the link you sent, and at the top, I just went to translator tools, plural charts. I mean, I don't know what these are all about. I think this is like literally how to pronounce stuff. So. Yeah, I mean, book in Elvish. Language. Book. There it is. Book. What am I looking for? Book. Oh, Parma. Parma. There it is. Like Parmesan cheese. So let's look up medicine. Hassere. Well, there you go. I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna lie. Hassere with those 2 dots over the E. I mean, come on. What's more Elvish and fantasy than, like, you know, whispering in some, you know, otherworldly tone? Hassere. So, and I mean, it even random umlaut for the win. That's how I was struggling to think of what it was. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and Hassa literally is to treat medically.
So yeah, could be Hasare Parma. But yeah, I think Hasare sounds pretty badass. See, I mean, and I'll give you this much credit, you know, at least you're trying to think of something that is like a name that is what it, you know, something to refer to this thing is, because I could see some, you know, some asshole out there just being like, oh, your name is Jeff and you're my book. All right, so but yeah, answer the 2 questions that are over in the server under the DM advice corner. If anybody is curious, if you ever want me to take a look at any of your questions, or if you have questions for me, then you know, want to post them, or if you see a question, which much like Stacy does, if you find a question out there that you're curious about my opinion on, you wish me to answer that, feel free to drop it over in the DM advice corner in the Discord. So Stacy, I'm going to answer your second question first, because I actually think it's a fairly simple and straightforward answer, because for what it is. So, and then we'll answer the question that you asked. So, found elsewhere by Heather, looking for a festival game that uses charisma. I have a game for each ability check except charisma. So oh, you know what, I forgot to put this on the screen. My apologies, everyone. I'm looking at it on my side and not letting you guys see it. All right. It's got there you go. So, yeah. Looking for a festival game that uses charisma. I have a game for every ability check except for charisma. Strength, wooden sword fighting, grease pig catching competition, dexterity, archery, and also grease pig competition. Constitution, riding a bull. I would also argue Constitution would be like a rotten apple, like an apple eating contest or a pie eating contest. I don't know why I said rotten apple. Actually, I do know why I said rotten apple. But you could do a pie eating contest, like how much food can you keep down. Intelligence, guess which cup an item is under, or guess what numbers, how many items are in a jar. Wisdom, guess tree/plant. So funny enough, I actually think the last two could be slightly different. I actually think intelligence could be a trivia contest. I think it could be a trivia contest, or it could be, you know, something that's gonna be like solving a riddle. Okay, like if there's something if there's like, you know, little clues that you have to find throughout the entire place, something like that could be intelligent. Wisdom could be the shell, which thing is under what cup, because wisdom is more perception. It's, you know, can you take in your surroundings, can you keep your eye on which cup the pearl is under, kind of a thing. So I would say that you could definitely, intelligence could be the amount of items in a jar. But for charisma, just like Ms. Roy said, performances. You could do a talent contest. You could do singing. You could do juggling, you know, and combined whatchamacallit, charisma with dexterity and stuff like that. So this was something that I have done before. I have ran a festival once before, and that was exactly what I did. Was I had a talent contest. So you got to pick something that you did And then you would make a performance check with that particular skill. So, for example, the barbarian wanted to show that he was the strongest. So he went up and he bench pressed a bench full of people, but he made a strength performance check. So it was a performance check based off of his strength, which granted isn't charisma, but it was more about the performance aspect of it. So he got to add his charisma to that. So that was one of those fun things that I did. I did a bunch of festival games years ago. My favorite was the annual pie run. Each contestant had a small pie, and then they ran to the next section, eat another pie until they made it back to the start of the galaxy. I did the same thing once before with beer. In a I had a party traveling by boat, and they came across some pirates or some like a party barge, and they had to. They challenged them to a drinking game. It was called Drink, and the whole thing was that you had to drink a bunch of flagons of ale, and whoever threw up last was the winner. So, and I don't know if Jared's still in here, but I know what happened the last time we had a pie eating contest in one of the games that I ran. Or at least I remember it. I'm sure he does. Constitution eventually felt like a drinking contest, yeah. Yeah, the one shot, the Wizard of Drury Lane, where Jared's character wrote in the pie, "Sorry, but your kid's dead." Steve did the drinking thing, but Jared like wrote in the pie or something like that. I was like, "Sorry, but your kid's dead." It was some. I gotta shoot. I have to message him. I gotta see if he's still around. But yeah, that was I know that was the one time in recent times that I did a like any kind of contest or a festival. It was a Festival of Apples over in Drury when the party got there. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one. Oh, what did I press? That was really weird. One of my windows just suddenly started acting up. But yeah. So with this, like I said, I would do for wisdom, I would adjust that to be the shell game, you know, or something that has to do with like your vision, your ability to like take in surroundings. Hell, that could even be like, you know, like having to like, you know, I guess that would be dexterity. Yeah. I mean, guess the tree or plant could work. That's more tying it into to nature. Intelligence. Yeah, that one definitely. Number of items in a jar. In a jar, but also trivia. And then charisma, talent show, performances, and hell, for the fun of it, a kissing booth. You know, how much gold can you make doing a kissing booth? There you go. Ooh, if a monk wanted to do a precise demonstration of their form, I could see a wisdom check where there's sort of a moving. Yeah, that's it. You know, I mean, and that's gonna be the thing is, like, because kind of like they already pointed out, grease pig catching is both strength and dexterity. You have to be fast enough and quick enough to catch up to it, but you got to be strong enough to keep hold of it. So every D&D party needs to RP at kissing booths. That's right. It's just me and Jared the whole time. I have a blank page in between there. Oh well. All right, so up next, we'll answer Stacy's actual question. When might it be a good idea to use foreshadowing? So are there any tips you have for foreshadowing in a D&D game, and when might it be a good idea to use it? Kelf with glasses. Yes, I know. Huzzah. Yeah. Actually, Zingy, I do wear glasses, but I generally wear contacts, but I had a weird eye thing going on over the past weekend, so giving my eyes some time to rest. They feel a lot better, though, so I probably will be putting them back on tomorrow before I go to work, because, not gonna lie, wearing glasses gives me a massive headache, so... Wait a second, I open tomorrow? That can't be right. Sorry. I just had this random thought. I was like, I just want to double check my work schedule for tomorrow, and I look, and apparently I open, which isn't the end of the world. Just means, you know, can't be up till 3 a.m. like I normally am. Am I legit Tuesday? Wow. That's so weird for a Tuesday. I'm not used to that. Oh well, that's fine. All right, so to answer Stacy's question, what are some tips or input you might have on foreshadowing in a game? When might it be a good idea to use foreshadowing? I have a question for you first. What do you mean by foreshadowing? This is actually the reason why I wanted to ask this second, because I have questions. What do you mean by foreshadowing? Because foreshadowing could be looked at in different intensities. For example, you could have very subtle foreshadowing. For example, if the party was hired to investigate the murder of a farmer, and they, you know, the party travels to this small farming community. They talk to some of the folks there. They find the house where he was murdered. They go inside. They see a woman there with a bunch of kids at a table. She's preparing dinner for them as she's chopping up a head of lettuce. The party introduces themselves, talks to her, finds out that it was her husband who was killed. You know, she has like 3 or 4, like 5 kids to now, you know, raise by herself. She's grieving and distraught. So the players, you know, offer their services. They start going around and investigating. One thing leads to another. They eventually find the farmer's dead body in like a pig pen, you know, that's on his property. Through some investigation, the players then realize that it was the wife that killed him. And the reason why was because, you know, the farmer was like the head of all the farmers there, and he was the one that would broker the tithings with the kingdom, and he told everyone they had to put more into the pot, and was secretly stashing money away and was preparing to run away with some other woman to escape his mundane lifestyle. So the woman killed him and buried his body in the pig pen. So you might question, like, well, what was the foreshadowing in that? Well, you know, when the players find the farmer's body, he has all these stab wounds in his head. You know, his head is like chopped to pieces. The foreshadowing there was that when the players walked into the farm, the mother was chopping a head of lettuce, you know, like literally in the act, in a metaphorical way, to what she did with, you know, with that could be a very subtle sense of foreshadowing. And something like that, you kind of have to play out very, you know, you could do that all the time. You could, you know, you could play that into any moment that you're doing and have it just be that underlying thing. So, but you could also have like bigger, more grander senses of foreshadowing that aren't like just that random moment, but are far more like thrown in your face. That could be something where you know, my party, for example, at the library encountered shadow wolves, and you know, they saw the figure that was guiding them, and the one player went to confront them, and they simply said, you know, they asked, you know, what they were doing there, and the figure simply said, "I have everything I need," and then disappeared and teleported out of there. Like, what did they need? What is any of that? And did it play into something in the future? They can only guess. So my question for you is, what exactly do you mean by foreshadowing whenever you refer to that? Zingy, I think my D&D game is dead. No, what's going on, Zingy? What's going on with your game? Why do you think it's dead? Get the cherry slice. All right, Stacy. I don't know. We've just haven't played in like a month. No one seems to really try to make time anymore. Scheduling, man. I know how you feel. I mean, my recommendation, just keep, you know, keep making the attempts. You know, it can be disheartening sometimes if it feels like you're the only one pushing it, but you know, just kind, you know, try and keep at them, try and work it out. So again, then the day before someone forgot, and then no one else wants to play. No, I understand, man. That can be rough. I remember you saying before that you have a hard time, like, you know, getting other people to play around you. That playing online isn't, you know, a huge option for you. Yeah. Sometimes things just don't work out. I mean, you have the option to, you know, just keep at them and try and talk to everyone. One thing you can do is approach everyone and just, you know, whether it's one-on-one or even as a group, you know. I mean, I could play online. I just have to buy an online tabletop app. Yeah, I mean, well, you don't even have to buy it, man. Roll20 is absolutely free. Yeah. Roll20 is absolutely free. You can go on there. You can set up maps, you know, as you need. It's very easy to actually get maps loaded into. Oh God. Oh wait, I was like, wait, why? Because I have Night Eye on. That's funny. It's absolutely free. You can get different tokens on there. You can invite your players into there. Whatever you got to do, you can make Roll20 work for you. So, is there a ton of restriction for using the free version? No. Really, realistically, the only restrictions for using the free version is that you get a smaller library of assets that you can load in. So you only get like a few, I want to say you get like two gigs of data that you can load in. So you could only put, you know, a handful of maps in there, but even with that, it's still a good amount. But there's a ton of free assets that are in there, you know, like different tokens and stuff, you know, commoners and townsfolk that are already in there, a ton of just free options that are available. And you know, here we go, like bunch of different monsters that might be in there. And yes, just like Ms. Roy said, the only other big thing that you're missing out on is dynamic lighting. So, you know, this character is able, you know, right now he's just able to move around. But if I had a dungeon on here and I wanted to block off an area, I can go over here to hide area, and, you know, let's say I want to block this off. Yeah, let's turn on Fog of War. So now I could reveal this whole area to my players, and maybe this top part is on the top of a hill, okay, and they need to climb up to it to see it. So, you know, until that's there, that area would be blocked off to them. And then when they go up there, I can just very clearly, you know, do that. Or if they move around a corner, you can hide stuff from them. You can go in and, you know, hide areas. This is a terrible map to be showing this particular use case of it. Here, let me load up a file. Let me go and find a map that'll make a little bit more use of it. Here we go. A little barn. Okay, so 10 megabytes. What about this one? Really? Oh, I know why, because yeah, these things are huge. This one is smaller. There we go. All right. So we'll pop up here. Oh, perfect. I actually forgot that I had these. White Plume Mountain. Let's jump over to here. I forgot I even had this. Yeah, so you could be, you know, if you wanted to block these areas off, so we'll reveal this area. Oh, yeah, nope. We want reveal. What is going on? Hide areas. Is this because this is a pre-made map? Probably. All right, create a new page. There we go. We'll load this on there. Turn on Fog of War. Grab this. Blow this up a bit. There we go. So, party walks into here. You have everything else completely revealed to them as they're walking up. And, you know, when they open up the door, that's whenever you reveal the inside area, you reveal this room. And as they start to explore, you can reveal room by room everything that's in there. You know, it definitely works. Do you use Roll20? I do not. I do not use Roll20. I used to. Back whenever I first started running D&D, I did use Roll20. I had a paid subscription. I used it to run 2 games, more than 2 games, but two of my main games were in there. Shit, what the fuck was this? 26 archive. Oh my god. Grosset Grodel. I forgot about that. probably doesn't even exist anymore. That's what I thought. But yeah, I used to run all my stuff on there. What I use nowadays, which takes some time to set it up, takes some time to get things, the specifics of it working to what you need. But I use an app on my iPad called Encounter Plus, and I can show you that. Let me bring that up. Yeah, so I personally use an app called Encounter Plus. I use this one because I've been using it just for the longest time, and it does everything that I need it to do. So let me pull up a different campaign. Come on. Why is that acting up? There we go. All right, so I personally use this, and I have put some time and effort into getting this set up the way that I want it. So it does require a subscription if you want certain features, but it's like $2 a month or like $20 for a year or something like that. I mean, it is there, and this only does run off of an iPad. But the reason why I like it is this is how my players would see it. And I can put this onto a TV. I could put this onto, there's a website that you can go to work with this. But with the players, it does have dynamic lighting. And in my opinion, dynamic lighting is worth it if the barrier to entry is not that difficult. Because when your players are able to move through and only see what their character can see, it adds that extra level of realism. But the thing to keep in mind is that it takes time and effort to go in and track out every wall. So each one of these has to be drawn on. You kind of got to put that time and effort into it. But you can do that with Roll20 if you pay for it. You can go in and Roll20 has very similar tools to this, where you can go in and set that stuff up. But there's also the there's also the virtual tabletop called Foundry. Stepped up its UI recently. Yeah, so Foundry is the other one. I do play in a game that uses Foundry. I have used Foundry before. I don't know if I can actually access this at the moment, because the guy who runs it is not on. Actually, I don't know if it will pull up. What is up, Dr. Funt? No, Fun Nut. Nice. Yeah, everything's going well. We're just talking about different VTTs. But yeah, there's you have Foundry, which is very in-depth. It has a lot of tools, and it also has a huge modding community. Dr. Funt, that's a new one. Yeah. So Foundry has a lot of modding tools depending on what you're looking for, but it also has a lot of like premium modules. So there's all kinds of support for that. And I will admit, Foundry has probably one of the lower barriers to entry, because it is $50, which might seem a lot, but it's $50 one time. So I at one time did buy a license for it because I wanted to try it, and unfortunately for me, there's not enough draw for me to get it, because I'm already so ingrained into Encounter Plus. Another option is Owlbear Rodeo. Now, Owlbear Rodeo is very simple, very, you know, boiled down. But with this, with Owlbear Rodeo, you're able to, you know, drop in various maps and stuff. So let's load up this one, this random flour mill I have. You don't want to buy anything unless I have people interested in playing. Well, hey, look at that. There's a little flour mill. I think you can just pop on a character. Look at that. Perfectly lined up. Well, dude, you got people. My recommendation, if you're looking for people to play, check out D&D Beyond. They have in their forums. If you go to D&D Beyond, you go to the forums. There are people looking for games right there, looking for players and groups. There's all kinds of people in here. If you're wanting to run one, you can post a thread in there and get people involved. If you're looking for players, okay, right here, Dungeon Master, looking for players, teaching classes on how to play, looking for group/player, right? There's opportunities there. You can go to Roll20. Roll20.net has a forum in here. This is where I actually met a ton of people. I played with a handful of people in here. So if you're looking for people to play with, you can go to Roll20 as well. Or one of the biggest reservoirs of people is different Reddit, or not Reddits. There is the Looking for Group Reddit, but you can go to the different Discords, the D&D Discord, the Pathfinder. I mean, Pathfinder probably not, but like, you know, Nerd Immersion, XP to level 3, you know, all the different communities that are built up around D&D. You know, a lot of the YouTubers and content creators around it have their own Discord channels, and you can go in there and find people in there to play with. There's always people looking for games in there. Most of them even have like looking for group or looking for, you know, DM or looking for player specific spots. So definitely check that out. That's gonna be where I would tell you to go, because the people on Discord, in my opinion, are far more engaged, far more up and, you know, ready to utilize that as a huge tool. Because Discord, you can do map sharing over that, because you can just share your screen, you can chat, you can voice chat, you can you know, video chat, you can connect to your players in a way that, you know, Roll20, it does have cameras. Foundry, I think you can get a camera module, but like it also has some voice stuff. But 100%, please check out the different Discords that are out there. That's going to be my biggest recommendation. And if you want, I can send you some of the ones that I frequent that have pretty good communities. So I can send you some of those that I'm a part of. Dr. Funnut, what'd you say? You're looking for maps for your future my friend, let me interest you in a reservoir of maps. You can add voice filters, right? Yeah. Dude, I tried doing voice filters and I could not get past it. I mean, I made a Discord a while back for running games. I set up all the channels, just never use it. Well, there's never a wrong time to use it. Just got to get that group together. That's all you got to do. Hey, Dr. Funnut. I got I got a good option for you there, my friend. If you're looking for maps for your future campaigns, see that link above me, right there on the notice board? If you go to that, there's a channel in my Discord called the Archives. And if you scroll to the very top of that, which that list is not that big, there's a folder called D&D Maps that I have well in excess of 50 gigs of maps availables on there. And if you're interested, you are welcome to use them. So, but yeah, seriously, if you are at all curious, when you go to that link, but I clicked the tokens one. I definitely clicked the tokens one. We got all kinds of maps. Is there a way to view it? Large grid, here we go. Look at all these maps. Look at all these maps. Oh my God, you need a bandit lair on the upper level? Well, look at that. You need a barn. You need a second barn. Got a second barn. Benny DeBrute's office? Who's that? You don't need to know. He was from my campaign. You need a burnt down farm? Guess what? We got that. You want to camp day and night? Be my guest. Yeah, so this is a folder that I have amassed over years for various maps from various map makers. And if you are interested in snagging a handful of them, be my guest. They are over in my Discord. You can also click there's the about button below this stream. You can click there and there's a big old Discord button that'll get you over there. And then, like I said, go into the Archives channel and scroll to the very top. And there's a button that says D&D Maps. There's a folder. It'll send you to this link, and then you can go through and, you know, see what's all in there. They got all kinds of stuff. One of the ones that I would highly recommend if you're looking for little more like variety is the one called the Quarantine Bundle. As weird as it may sound, this is one of the better ones because it's all categorized. This is honestly, like, in itself, I think half of my maps. Yeah, this folder alone is 21 gigs of maps because each one of them is like, oh, my players are going to the jungle. Cool. They're going to some ruins in the jungle. Cool. What's this? Okay, sick. Here we go. We have jungle ruins. Perfect. We have a little sacrifice spot. Totally works. You know, your players are going to, oh, you just need generic jungle? Oh, sure. I got you. What about a jungle path? There we go. Jungle path. Drop anything you need in there. Need a jungle stream? Need some water with that? Boom. Same map, but with water. Yeah, seriously, if you're looking for maps, feel free to hit up the Discord. That's why I put it there. Lots of folks out there looking for different resources. I have adventures. I have different books. I want to say, yeah, I've almost 8 gigs of adventures. 7.5 gigs of different books. And then I also have a shoot ton of tokens, but those aren't very big. I mean, there's a lot there. They're just, you know, not huge in size. Oh man, it's been a while since oh wait, that's not the one I was thinking it was. I was thinking of, oh, where would it be?
Where would it be? I don't even know if it was a straight out map. Nope, I don't think it was. I'd have to dig for that one. This was a map that I was actually very proud of this particular map. I took this map for a I took this map that I found online and I added water to it for a session. Oh man, that brings back memories. God, the fight with the Pied Piper. I was so proud of this water when I made this. So proud of that. I'm a bit of a history nerd. So what I'll do is I'll make maps and big battles. Dude, that's sick. 12th century wars? Is there a reason for that specifically? I mean, I don't know enough about 12th century history to know you know, what went on. Pied Piper, that wasn't a one shot technically. That was the Pied Piper session was a dream. If you remember, that was a session where somebody couldn't make it, and a woman came. You guys were in Neverwinter, and a woman came like running in and was like, my baby, you know, he's been missing. And you guys went over to where the sewers were and went down into the sewers and found the Pied Piper down there. And then it all ended up being a dream in Iggy's mind. All right, so real quick, getting back to the question that that Stacy asked. Let me see, what did you say? I don't know, I guess hint towards upcoming quests, potential quests. I suppose of just directly giving a quest from a board or something said directly by an NPC, but hints that something is happening. Oh, was it Zash? No, I swear to God it was Iggy. Because I think Zash was with him. That was the thing, like it was like Iggy kind of daydreaming about it. Guns weren't widespread and battles back then required more creative tactics with their weapons and other. Interesting. So Stacy, if what you're referring to is about like giving quests instead of just from like a board, but like more of something said by an NPC, I wouldn't necessarily say that is foreshadowing, but that is I would refer more to that as just, you know, quest, like you know, quest giving. It would be, I mean, to take anything, if you're looking at it more from the perspective of how to offer quests without like having a quest board, if that's more what you're leaning into with this question, it really depends, like when might be a good time to not buy an NPC, but like hints around town, noticing footprints. So to me personally, that's again more like
more just part of like part of quest giving. Rumors is, if you look in books like pre-written modules, for example, Dragon of Icespire Peak has it, Lost Mines of Phandelver has it. Yeah, we'll look at this. Character creation. There it is. Phandalin Tales. So, when the players start like bumming around Phandalin, you can roll a d6 and feed these, you know, as you sit at the table of the Stone Hill Inn, you hear one of the patrons talking behind you. As the Tribor Trail runs east, it passes through the ruins of Conaberry, an old town sacked by barbarians years ago. There's a ruined temple south of there where it's said the locals hid their gold. Okay, so it's maybe it's just somebody talking with their friends. Like, I was coming through that Conaberry. I heard years ago something real nuts. Apparently, there's some ruined temple to the south of there where they said they claimed to hide their gold. I don't know what that's about or nothing, but I mean, imagine if that was true, or re-roll that. We got 4. Falcon's Hunting Lodge is the only safe haven in Neverwinter Wood. It lies deep in the forest along a river's edge, and wealthy nobles venture there to hunt while under Falcon's protection. Falcon's a retired veteran of many wars, and he said he'll offer free room and board to anyone who brings him a bottle of wine. So with that one, maybe you have maybe your players are over at the local provision shop. They're over at Barthen's Provisions, and players walk in right as they see somebody who appears to be an adventurer of their own regard, somebody who has some like leather armor, and they have maybe a bow strapped to their back, and they're in there, and I'm here seeking a bottle of wine. I heard that there's a famous hunter up in Neverwinter Wood, claims he'll give free room and board if you bring him a bottle of wine. I've been wanting to do some hunting up there myself. And, Barthen says, oh, yes, well, I have a bottle. I know him very well. And here's a vintage that he'll really like. So initial question was, when might it be good to use foreshadowing? Well, that's what I mean. Like, when you're talking about foreshadowing, like, I look at that as having something subtle come up of that's gonna show up. Now, if you're saying something like you're walking through the forest and you come across a massive boar track that, like, this hoof print is as big around as a goblin is tall, if that's what you're saying, to like introduce something along the lines of like Gorthok the Thunder Boar, then it just to say when is it good, that all depends on yourself. I think it depends on the particular game that you're running and how much is your party already burdened with quest lines. Because if the end goal is to offer foreshadowing or like some hint of adventure for them to follow, drawing them in too many places at once is just going to be overwhelming. I just this past weekend, when I ran my library game, my players kind of realized, instead of having someone, so I mean, if you wanted to do that, you would have to be very particular on which ones that you do. You could have your players find something that claims that the townsfolk of Conaberry, once claimed to hide their gold in the local temple. Or that there's an advertisement for Falcon's Hunting Lodge that says, bring a bottle of his favorite wine and receive free room and board. Okay. Again, I wouldn't necessarily have listed as foreshadowing, because foreshadowing to me would be something where you have a plan for something that's going to happen, and you're just giving a subtle clue of like, this is what there might be problems that, or there's going to be something that comes after this. For example, in my Saturday game, one of my players climbed a tree to get a better view of this area that they were in. I had her roll a perception check. She rolled a nat 20. She saw 3 things. She saw this giant storm that was enveloping the entire area. It was basically pure dark. It was like this giant shadow. That's kind of the campaign. She saw the place that the party needed to go, which was this hill that had standing stones, and she saw the white dragon Cryovane flying towards Neverwinter. She got no more information about it, and she told the rest of the party, I saw the white dragon flying to Neverwinter. So they agreed in that moment, we will have to head to Neverwinter. Like, because they kind of already wanted to head to Neverwinter for like 2 other reasons of their own accord. But that to me was like, when you guys get there, there might be some influence that has brought, there might be an impact because of this dragon there. Sometimes I use my PC's goofiest moment with an NPC that's improv as best bit of foreshadowing moment down the road. Yeah. I mean, the moments you can use it, it's always worth it to, give that little bit of insight. I may have an example. I ran an encounter for my players where a noble was trying to undercut the heroism of the party and was calling out their flaws. At the end of it, a few of them noticed a suspicious guy was disappointed that the noble failed, hinting that more was going on. Yeah. And that's it. The party went through something, they experienced something, but they noticed something slight and subtle off to the side that gave a hint that there's more to it than they thought. So like I said, if what you're referring to this of tips and input for having less direct means of offering quests and adventure, again, it just depends on what specifically those are. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to like have, for example, this one, the Tower of Storms, west of Phandalin, is an old stone lighthouse. Ships are drawn to it like moths to the flame and doomed to crash upon their rocks. Their wrecks must be filled with treasure. There's really no way to like subtly have this happen without having an NPC kind of bring it up. Whether it's an NPC like, oh, I heard about this, X, Y, and Z, or if somebody comes to town and is talking to, the local provisionist and is saying, oh, I need some wood, I need some lumber, I gotta fix my ship, I crashed out amongst that tower, out amongst the rocks, few days west of here, that damn lighthouse, luckily I was able to get away from it, but I still scraped myself across the rocks. Having a successful plot twist is one of the biggest challenges DM that I've ever tried to accomplish. Any advice on that? It depends on the plot twist you're trying to do. Being able to like subtly keep something down that your players don't just immediately pick up on, that's hard. Most most players will pick up on those subtleties. But I mean, to drop in a good plot twist that really affects the state of the adventure, that's hard to do. I can't say. Well, you know what? No, I could say that I did a slight plot twist. I could say that I did a slight plot twist in my P5 campaign. So my players, so you know, in my P5 campaign, one of my players had a vision that their brother was in trouble and was gonna die. So he had to travel to Neverwinter and check in on his family, and the party went with him. And when they got there, they found out that he had died. It was strange events, but throughout this whole thing, throughout like the whole mystery of how he died and what was all involved with it, the players eventually found out that it had to do with this family of noble dwarves. And in one event, there was a point where the son of the dwarven lord was basically the one who had orchestrated this whole thing to allow himself to kind of take over the family. So his name was Thunsorn, and he felt that the clan no longer needed the assistance that this player's family offered. The player character came from a family of guards. So Thunsorn wanted his father out of the picture because his father was very loyal to this family, but he didn't want to also kill his father. So he made it look like the player character's brother attacked him, which would break ties with the family. Well, through all of this, there was a point where the party had found themselves traveling with the head of that dwarven family, and they were trying to get him to safety because they thought that the son was gonna kill him. What ended up happening was the party was trying to find out a place where they could take the dwarven father, Lord Thortan Innsmouth. They were trying to figure out a place, and Lord Thortan offered to take him to this casino known as Castino's Casino, because there was a vault in the basement of it that he had built for the owner of the casino some years ago. So the party went there. They had to go through this little dungeon to get to the vault. And when the party got to the vault and they were finally safe, this is when I pulled my plot twist. And that was that they learned that the dwarven lord that they were traveling with, Thortan Innsmouth, was actually a doppelganger from the Shadowfell. And he used magic to get this ring that was down there, and basically told the party, you know, you trust too easily, and then escaped, leaving them locked in this vault, and then escaped. And that was like one of the only times that I ever pulled off a plot twist of, like, the party had been traveling with this old dwarven lord like for sessions, and it was only like a day or so in game, but it was multiple sessions because there was a lot going on. And when he revealed that he was not Thortan Innsmouth, that Thortan was actually had actually been captured and he wasn't captured. He was out on travel. He had just returned, and this doppelganger ran. That was one of the only times that I ever did a good, or what I thought was a good plot twist. I don't know what my players really thought. I know my players were pretty ticked. That particular player who was really involved with it, a Tabaxi monk named Zash, never trusted anybody else after that. It was very funny to me. Oh man. But yeah, that's really the only time I can think of it. Another bit of foreshadowing. I guess what I read prompted wondered when you'd use foreshadowing, which is indirect. What is up, Zelman Plays? Thanks for coming by. When you use foreshadowing, which is direct, rather an NPC just saying about a rumor or experience they had. Another bit of foreshadowing. I'm planning on running tomorrow. Some Klingons will start a fist fight with some of the Starfleet crew. Really, there's some Klingons that aren't on board. Yeah, that's it. Something like that, you know. Unless you feel it's best, just have an NPC tell them. Well, okay, so here's regarding that. Okay, again, in my opinion, if you want to make sure that your players know that you are offering them a quest line, that you're offering them the chance for adventure and the opportunity to do something, it is a far more straightforward and easy way of doing it to have an NPC hear something, for them to hear a rumor, or to have something, something kind of exposited onto them, or a quest board, because dropping clues in the environment that are too subtle might not give your players the insight that they need to realize that there's something. You know, for example, with Mizroy's, the Klingons starting a fist fight with the Starfleet crew, that could show that there's some Klingons that aren't on board with where the High Council is going. But the players might not. You might have players that are like, oh yeah, it's just Klingons, you know. You might have some players that are like, oh, maybe there's some discourse. You might have some players that don't even think about it at all. They don't really like pick up on that subtle clue. So again, you kind of have to have it play out in a situation where it is a subtle clue, but it's like subtle in the way of like, you know, you like, it's like, this is something, maybe this is something. Like with, you know, a giant boar that's thundering through the forest, you can have the players, as they're traveling, come across a giant boar print in the ground. Your players may look at that and go, damn, that's huge. Where is this thing leading? Let's follow these tracks. You may have been planning for your players to go to this one place. They're going from A to B, and you just wanted to subtly plant that there's possibly this giant boar stomping through the forest. Those players may say, well, shit, let's go that way, because, you know, they get drawn aside. So like that's my thing with this. It's one of those things about like dropping subtle clues in the environment for the players to come across. You just have to, one, hope that your players pick up on it. Two, make sure that whatever assumption they make out of that clue is correct. And three, that they're interested in that quest and that they'll remember it. That was the point I was going to make before. When we were playing on Saturday, my players suddenly came to the realization of the number of jobs that they had. The players have to go back to Big Al Calzorn's farm and get their quest reward off of him. They have to go down and deal with the orcs in the Shrine of Savras. They have to go and check on Falcon over at his lodge. They have to deal with the Cult of Talos up here at the Circle of Thunder. They got to go back down to the Mountains Toe gold mine in order to broker a deal with the were-rats. But before they do that, they got to go talk to the dwarves that are back in Phandalin that own the mine. They also got to check in with their buddy Bilzer, who recently went to this place that he wants them to go that has to do with more the Shadow Cult. And the eighth thing that's going on is they now want to travel to Neverwinter to check on the Cult of the Shadow and find out more about the one character's history, which was like kind of one of the things that he wanted to do. So they kind of realized, you know, in that session, like, holy shit. Oh, they also have the lighthouse to go to because they heard about the lighthouse. So like they realized all of a sudden we have 9 quests. We have these 9 jobs. Some of them are more important than others. We have these 9 things we have to do. And in that moment, I could have dropped one more thing onto them if I wanted to. I could drop that subtle clue. That would not have been the right time to do it. You always want your players to have a focus. You want your players to have some kind of guidance, and you want them to have options so that your players feel like they're in control of where the story is going and the ways that they can move about that story. But at the end of the day, you need to make sure that you're keeping the edges of that plant pruned so that they're not losing their way too much. Because if they start deviating down some path that, you know, you're not prepared to run, you got to make sure that you keep them somewhere within the bounds of what you're comfortable with. Yeah, and that's, you know, same thing for P5 at one time. You guys had a ton of quests, you guys had a ton of options to do, and that's one of those things. And, you know, like, I mean, hell, even just right now, like, you guys had to deal with the dragon, you had to go and broker the deal with Lylon, you had to then go and tell the people from Lylon, or the people from Phandalin, that the deal was, you know, was struck. You had to get the wagons and stuff back from the orcs. You had to rescue Tarbin. And on top of that, like, there's also, you know, what's the deal with the Cult of Talos there? You know, what's the deal with the Cult of Merkel, the dragon, you know, Cultus Draconis? You guys have a lot of different things that are going on, and that's one of those things where, like, if I put a quest in front of you, for example, like the Tarbin Tool one, that quest is going to play into something that you're already doing. But there would be no way for me to introduce that quest subtly into the adventure. Okay? Because I already tried, and you guys didn't pick up on it. That was the thing. I tried getting you guys to go and check out closer to the west, check out to the coast, and you guys didn't pick up on it, and you never even considered it an option, never once talked about, never once, you know, thought about where it was, you know, why it was happening or anything like that, because you didn't pick up on it. So when you guys first went to the wayside and it got attacked by the undead in the night, the undead came from the east. Okay? A lot of undead came from the east. And there were tracks that had anyone in the party said, where did these, you know, because granted, they did surround the place. But had anyone said, I want to see where they came from, they just kind of came out of nowhere, you could have rolled a survival check that would have led you over to the tree lines, you know, a little bit further to the west, away from the main road. You would have noticed all these bony tracks in the mud through the trees that fanned out and surrounded the wayside before they attacked. And then you could have followed the tracks, and that would have led down to where the ship was. And you guys, you know, you guys would have seen the ship sitting upon the rocks, the dreadnought, okay? And at that time, you guys were, you know, you were just like, I think 1 level lower or something like that. But that would have been a thing there, okay? And granted, Tarbin Tool would not have been on that ship. So other than just the knowledge of the ship, that would have been the only thing you guys would have gained, because there would have been no reason for you guys to really go and explore that ship, but you would have had the knowledge of it. You would have had the knowledge of the lighthouse. And when you guys went back, and you could have been like, there's that strange ship out on the sea, it's next to the Tower of Storms. You guys go to Phandalin, you go through all of that stuff, you come back, suddenly Tarbin's gone, and you know, you like, oh, you know, if anybody asks, like, you know, where's Tarbin? Be like, I don't know, you know, I don't know where he went. You know, one night he just kind of vanished. That, you know, that again, it's like, well, you know, let's go look. Let's see if we can find, you know, like where was the last thing, you know, like what was the last thing that happened? And, you know, could have talked to them, and, you know, they could have, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we found this note, you know, in his, you know, it said like, you know, meet me by the forest, you know, to the east, or to the west. That would have been, you know, the clue to the players to, you know, oh, the west. Oh shit, the giant ship. He's probably on there. Again, you have to kind of hope that if you're going to drop subtle clues, you know, the foreshadowing, as you're saying, you kind of got to hope that your players are going to understand what you're driving at, to have the forethought to know, you know, to attempt those things, to possibly get that opportunity to actually, you know, let it see it play out. Right. Well, and that's the thing. You know, you guys didn't notice, you guys didn't take the time to check where the zombies came from, because you guys had a lot of shit on your mind at that point. Okay. And that's one of those things of, you know, you put those things in as side things if and when the party wants to do it. Okay. Like that one with the giant boar. Your party comes across a giant boar track. That's cool. Fuck that. We got business to handle. Giant boar, we'll deal with it some other time. Okay. So, I mean, at a time you could have said, could have had a sign that said ship over here, and we just might have thought, well, and that's true. That's true. But, you know, that's the thing. There are subtle ways that you can do it, but again, it's very reliant on, it's more reliant on your players to like pick it up and to understand what it is that they're driving at, you know, that you're driving at. What did Fun Nuts say? You could also piss one of the people who put one of those quests because nobody accepted the quest. Yeah, that would actually be a really fun one. Have a quest board that has like 5 quests on it. You know, the players, you know, get like 2 or 3 of them, and, you know, go off and do them. They come back, there's like, you know, 3 new ones added, so they grab like, you know, 2 or 3 more, and, you know, they do this a few times, and there's one quest that they keep ignoring. And it's, you know, it's something simple like, my cat has been missing for days and I need somebody to find it. And every time they come back, it's like, my cat has been missing for this X amount more days. Won't somebody please help me? And then, you know, finally it's like, you know, it stops updating. And everybody's like, huh, I wonder what happened to that guy. It's like, oh, you didn't hear? Fuck, yeah, no, his cat went missing. Apparently he went out and the cat, like, cat got bit by something, like, grew massive and tall, and like came back and like killed his master. Apparently he was pretty abusive to his cat, but now he's like a werecat out there in the forest. It's like, you better fucking stay away from that place. After all this talk, I'm curious how many quests to choose from might be too many, or an ideal range. I'll give you the ideal range right here. Bam. 3 quests. 3. Give your players 3 things to do. Because if you give your party 1 quest to do, it's going to feel like they're being railroaded. If you give them 2, they're gonna feel like, okay, oh yeah, you know what, it's it's either A or B, but it all comes back to the middle. But if you have 3, maybe 4 quests to choose from, oh yeah, Mizroy, yeah, 3 or 4. If you have 3, maybe 4 quests to choose from, it lets the players say, okay, we have some choices. With this particular one, everyone kind of goes the same path. We'll head to Umbrage Hill, we'll handle that, we'll head over to Nomengard, then we'll head to the Dwarven excavation site, and then we'll head back to Phandalin. But when you get into this one, it's a little bit less direct. The Mountains Toe Gold Mine, that's a bit of a trek over into the mountains. The Loggers Camp is all the way up in Neverwinter Wood, and you also need to take a wagon of supplies. So you're going to have to go from Phandalin up to there. And Butterskull Ranch, well, you can take the trip up to Conaberry and then to Butterskull Ranch. But you're probably not going to want Don John with you, so you're going to have to do this one by itself, and this one by itself, and probably this one by itself. So now how are you going to do it? But if I throw at all of my players like, oh, here's 6 quests, you guys got to go and check on Big Al, you got to take this thing of supplies out to the Loggers Camp, then you got to take Don John, and he's pretty impatient. Oh, also, I heard about this place called Axholm. It was an old dwarven fortress. Can you go check on that? By the way, there's also a dragon slaying sword possibly buried in a barrow up to the north. Oh yeah, and also there's this old woodland manse out there. It's apparently super evil, and spellcasters are dwelling in it. Can you go like, it's just way too much. Does seem common to have the experience you talked about where the library group realized, yeah, and that's the thing, that that particular group they had gone to Umbrage Hill, they had done the Nomengard quest, and they accepted all 3 of these quests, and I gave them 1 additional quest, which was something that they overheard, where a ranger said that and this was me expositing about the dragon, that he was like, it was like, I was up on the mountain, hunting stuff, and all of a sudden the giant white lizard dragon thing came down and ate a goat right on the path. I left all my gear up there because I ran as fast as I could. So that offers the players, they're like, hey, we'll go and get that for you. Like, we got it. Cool. The players took that on. They didn't have to. They chose to. Okay, these are the ones that were given to them. These are the ones that were presented to them. That one was just a little side thing. They didn't have to offer to go and get that gear, but because they offered it, the owner of the Lion Shield, Coster, can't remember her name off the top of my head for some reason. Oh yeah, Lenine. Wow. Lenine was like, hey, if you go and get that, I'll give you some money because that's my equipment. They go up there. That's whenever they encounter the goblins. Okay, so that led to that little go and fetch this led to something small. But they decided at that point, like, they had gone and done these already. because they were like, oh, well, we got to take Donjon to the mountains. We'll look for that gear while we go out there. So they pick up Donjon, they head out there. That then leads into that goblin quest they did. But then, you know, they're like, okay, well, shoot, now we have to deal with these rat folk. And we also have to head up to Butterskull Ranch. So they sent Donjon back to the mountain, or back to Phandalin with the dwarves there. They headed up to Butterskull Ranch. And, you know, that's the thing. It's like, they finally realize they have these direct quests. They still have to turn in Butterskull Ranch. They still have to resolve the Mountains Toe gold mine. They still have to take the Loggers Camp quest. But on top of that, they also picked up the fact that they themselves want to go to Neverwinter to investigate some things and find out about this cult of shadows that has suddenly appeared. There's something dealing with the cult of shadows that their buddy Bilzer is referring to. They themselves wandered over to the Woodland Manse and also went through this giant elven ruin of their own accord. Like, they're like, hey, you know, let's go check this place out, you know. And there must be some way to prevent / offering / creating too many, even though it seems, well, yeah, I mean, you can just keep it limited. When you think to yourself like, oh, this could be its own quest, just don't offer it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Rein it in. This is honestly why when you're running most stuff, they're only going to give you like 2 or 3 options at any given time. I mean, I even think like, yeah, the Spider's Web in Lost Mines of Phandelver, this is like literally 5 quests that the players can pick up in any order. So, you know, 5 simple quests. You give out like 2 of them at a time, and you let the players just kind of like, you know, run with them. Again, it's just, you know, like, limit yourself. If you'd be concerned about giving out too many, just limit them or resolve them faster. It would have been fine if my players just went out while they were taking Donjon to the mountain to just find the ranger's equipment and let that be that. They then head to the mountain. They never experience the goblins. There's no encounter there. They don't have anything else to worry about. You know, I gave my players a random map. That was just a random item I got. I rolled on a table. It was a map leading to somewhere nearby. I didn't know what it was going to be. I had to figure out what it was, and I eventually made it the Elven Ruins that were out by the Woodland Manse. And that allowed me to create a new quest, you know, for them. But I could have just not had that. Maybe the map just led to a tree stump where one guy liked to, you know, sit and drink booze. You know, because the box they found had a bottle of wine with a map. Maybe they go there, they find a stump there in the woods that seems to have impressions in it, where somebody could sit. When somebody sat down, there was, you know, they could, you know, like reach inside the stump and there were bottles of wine in there. It could have been as simple as that, but I chose to make that map lead to an old elven ruins. But I also had the players, when they were walking that direction, to stumble upon the Woodland Manse. And they went into the Woodland Manse and investigated because they're adventurers. After that, they went to investigate the Elven Ruins because that's the direction that I had the boars run off to with the shape-changing boars. But the boars weren't there. And then they eventually picked up on their tracks and they had gone north. They kept wanting to follow where the boars were going. You know, these shape-changing boars. When they eventually find them up at the Circle of Thunder. Again, I could cut them off at any moment. You know, oh, the tracks go nowhere. You don't seem to find them. You know, you're unable to pick up on their scents or their tracks anymore. And I could just cut it off right there. And it's like, all right, cool. We'll head back to... You know, we'll head back over to Big Al's and then we'll go back to Phandalin. We'll resolve the Mountains Toe gold mine. and then we'll take up that stuff up to the loggers camp, and then we'll take the river down to Neverwinter. You know, we got to head to the House of Knowledge. Yeah, there's ways to manage it, you know, and it takes time, it takes experience, you know. Once you start running games and once you get more, you know, more accustomed to it, it starts to make sense how to manage that stuff. But you know, that's it. It takes time and it takes experience. But I would say at any given time, if you don't want your players deviating from it, especially in the very beginning, give them 1 or 2 options that they can go and do. Sure, is it limiting? Yes, but you're also not having to prep 3 different things. So that, but like Mizroy even said, you know, 3 or 4, anything beyond that, you know, you're starting to get into the weeds. But yeah, so I think that's probably gonna do it for me tonight. We had I just realized it's almost 2 a.m. and I found out tonight that I open tomorrow, so so I gotta get some sleep. Experience, because gaining lots of quests is common. Well, again, it's common in certain games. I mean, if you look at like a West Marches kind of game, it's not. You know, a West Marches game where it's episodic, you get 1 quest. I mean, sure, you might get like 2 quests you might get like a couple quests to choose from, but like you're doing this one thing and you're doing it until it's done. In my games, yes. In my games there, I like to seed quests. I like to offer the you know, the different vines that players can walk and follow towards quests, because if you don't have enough to follow, if there isn't different things that you can you know, jump to, you start to get bored. Okay. And I always want there to be something that interests the players going forward, and a lot of it comes from what the players already want to do. So that's, you know, that's one of those things. But a lot of times what I try to do is I try to tie multiple things together that could go in the same, you know, it feels like one grand, like a grand quest, or this big long thing that you guys did, but it's actually like 3 or 4 quests that have all been, you know, kind of scrunched together. That's oftentimes one of the things that I'll try and do is, you know, oh, here's, you know, X, Y, and Z that you guys have to do, but they all, you know, one thing leads to another, and it is kind of more linear than you actually thought. So 1 for each player plus extra, but tied together. You're not wrong. I mean, yeah. So one of the things that I personally try to do is I try to have a grand quest, like based off of the backstory that a player gives me. I try and design a quest that will enwrap that character in the end with it, like, you know, something very specific with that character and something that'll tie that character into the grander story. But on top of that, I try and have stuff where it is things that others can experience together, things that are more common amongst the entire party. You know, for example, Maggie. Okay, the whole thing with Maggie is, you know, that's something that is very deep and personal to both Iluna and Albina. You know, that's that quest line right there of, you know, Maggie dies, and the party now has to take on this quest of reviving her, of restoring her. So, you know, who is the most, you know, who's the most invested in that? It's going to be Albina and Iluna, because they both loved that little girl. And, you know, the two of you are gonna do whatever it takes to resolve that and to manage that, and that's gonna bring the two of you closer. But, you know, when the quest line comes up that is more specific to you know, but there was the quest line with Zash's family. You know, that was obviously very centralized around his experience, but what we never got to resolve fully is that it was tying into something that was related to Nylor, into Tony's character. Unfortunately, we never got to really get to that point. But it's kind of also how, you know, deep down there is a connection between Smith's character and Albina's character and even Cephas's character. You know, they all have a very common aspect that deals with fire, and, you know, that is something that I have played into, you know, and it might be super subtle and people may not have noticed it, that there have been subtle hints and subtle nods to there being, you know, some deeper connection between those three. But that will play out in the future whenever the time comes. So we'll have to see. Now that's foreshadowing. All right, well, that is probably gonna do it for me tonight. Like I said, it's about 2 o'clock in the morning. I gotta be up for work in about 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna bounce out of here. So thank you everyone for coming by and hanging out. Stacy, Jared, Aaron, Mizroy, Dr. Funnut, Zelman Plays, thanks for coming by. You know, I didn't even get to read your message. I apologize, Zelman. Let me read that real quick. One of my favorite PCs I've used, Nephi. Never fear, exposition is here. They are a roaming bard who will randomly show up and just tell the party rumors they've heard. Yes! I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that 100%. That is gorgeous. Oh, Zelmond. That is beautiful. I'm stealing it. I'm throwing that in my notes right now. Shoot. And you know what kills me too is I've introduced a bard. I've introduced bards into pretty much most of my games. Man, yeah. Nephi would be good as a narration bard. But yeah, so thank you Ziggy for coming by so much. Who else do we have? We had Death. Yeah, Zingy. Oh, actually, wait a minute, where was he? Hold on. Oh, it's not letting me scroll up any further. Shoot. I'm trying to think. My mind's going blank. Nacho stopped in a little bit earlier, so thanks to him for swinging by. But yeah, Death, Dice, and Dungeons as well. So much appreciation to him coming by and hanging out. Drop some kind words. So, but yeah, so thank you to everyone who came by. It was a lot of fun to have you folks around, but I'm gonna go and get some sleep, so I will see you guys later. I'll see you Thursday for the first 15 if you want to come by and hang out and play some video games. So stop by for that. Bye everybody.